Hello and welcome to KSP Ad Astra. Yeah, I am back in Kerbal Space Program 1. I know that I've been starting series left and right for the last year or two, but most of that has been due to how dissatisfied I am with Kerbal Space Program 2. Now, I am definitely not the only one. There's been plenty of news, especially coming from Take-Two shutting down Intercept Games, and all of this just terrible news and videos about the whole subject. It's just a mess. So we're coming back just to some simple modded Kerbal Space Program 1 with basically all of the mods to make it just normal. And yeah, we're starting off with our first craft, the first craft that most people start out with when they play Kerbal Space Program, the Flea. Yeah, and so we are currently hurtling towards the ground, moving at very, very high speed because our parachute has not deployed yet. And we have officially, it is officially filled up with the air that will slow it down. And our boy, I don't know what his name is, has officially landed in the water. Yeah, so this is just going to be a normal KSP 2 thing, or 1 thing. Yes, and like that says, this is part 1 to the Mun. Now, this series is called Ad Astra. Now, that means to the stars in Latin, and when I was coming up with the name for this series, I was like, oh yeah, maybe it should be KSP to the stars. And then I was looking around at names of like popular sci-fi movies and stuff like that about spaceflight, and Ad Astra came up. I know it's not like the best one, but Ad Astra came up, and I was like, oh, what does Ad Astra mean? And it means to the stars, and I thought that was perfect. Yeah, so here we are, creating a circular orbit with this mission. It'll be our first Kerbal into orbit. I made it an official orbit, and then I decided to deorbit it quite quickly, mostly because this craft probably wouldn't make it through the atmosphere if I didn't, because it is you know, has no heat shield. And now it is flipped forward and is currently careening through the atmosphere, going way faster than it ever should through in a very hot situation. And I doubt that in real life that would have worked out as well as it did. And especially going nose down and then flipping over like that probably just absolutely broke whoever the hell that is in the cockpit's back. Now here we are with Libya 1. Which is sitting on top of a Triton 1, which is the rocket that we are using to fly Libya 1 into space. And this is our first mission using like some of the stuff that's not at the very beginning of the tech tree, which is pretty nice. It's entirely designed to just go suborbital, get some science done, and then basically just report back to what we're going to do. I also meant for it to launch a satellite out the side, but ended up never launching because somehow it burned up in the upper atmosphere. And it's basically just here to collect a bunch of science at the beginning of the game. That way we can really progress to some of the later game stuff. I'm trying to get up to the later game stuff pretty quickly, so that these the early stages of the game kind of fly past us much faster than they did in the old series. In the old series, I was really pushing for like space, like reusability and stuff like that. But I don't necessarily need to do a whole lot in the early game. I still will focus on reusability, but not as much as I did in the last series. I won't really make it a huge point of contention and multiple launches just to launch one thing. Like it'll be better. All right, now we're going on with Libya 2. This one is actually on a Triton 2 now. Triton 2 is the upgraded version of the Triton 1, no longer using a solid rocket booster on the bottom. And I forgot to tell you why I called them the Triton, while I called the old one the Triton 1. Well, it reminded me of the Titan rocket, which is a ICBM. And this one is kind of keeping along with that look and feel, as well as basically being our one-stop shop easy flight to space. We actually have a decent ScienceAlert orbit here, and I fully take advantage of it. Also, the main purpose of this flight is to recover the science from this altitude, as well as try and return the samples from this mission. And yeah, that is basically the entire point of this mission. Although I will say the thing that I have currently in the center below the heat shield is or above the heat shield is particularly susceptible to overheating. It is one of the problems with that one particular piece. And I don't know how well it's going to fare coming through the atmosphere, or at least I didn't know how well it was going to fare coming through the atmosphere. So I was trying to do everything I could to slow myself down and dissipate the heat, including traveling through the atmosphere through multiple passes. And by the way, I have a life support mod installed, so this is not the best thing to be doing. Granted, it's one of the more simple ones, but yeah, that's still not good to, you know, be wasting poor old, is that Barry Smith or Billy Smith's life? It was just not a good plan. But, you know, this is the early days of the Spaceflight Agency, and it is actually still the first day of the agency. We're on hour 3. We have already launched multiple rockets, and yeah, it's kind of weird. I've been playing a little bit of Realism Overhaul, and there's realistic progression, and yeah, there's also like craft build time, which, you know, it makes it a while to actually launch a craft. And yeah, it's just kind of funny not having that and being able to launch multiple craft on one day. But as we start gaining more and more craft and more reasons to leave the solar system, our gameplay will significantly slow down. And that actually starts next episode with the launch of our first ever space station. But here we are. It's looking like we only have one more pass through the atmosphere, which is interesting to say the least, that they have gone through the atmosphere this long. We haven't had a single person orbit this many times before, and let alone really a full time before. And now he has spent several hours in space, which is pretty cool for him especially. Now we are currently going through the atmosphere. The ablator is currently taking the brunt of the heat, but that will not be the case for long. As you can see, the Science Junior is currently heating up quite a bit, and I'm trying to dissipate the heat, trying to get it at the best angle possible, and it just wasn't happening. And then I couldn't pull it out of this, but thankfully we broke our poor guy's back again. And here we are with the Pallas 1 on top of a Triton 2. The Pallas 1 for Celestial Comm, which is a fictional name that I asked ChatGPT to come up with for a business. They also came up with a bunch of other stuff for the business, but that's not particularly important right now. But I will have that information listed down in the description if you'd like to see it. If you'd like to see anything about Celestial Comm. and I will have them as a reoccurring basically entity for the game, and I'll have ChatGPT come up with things for me to launch for them and things like that, as well as maybe anyone who comments. Why not? There we go. That is separation of the first stage. It is currently speeding through the upper atmosphere, and we are going to get out of the atmosphere really quick before we start to actually angle ourselves into the correct trajectory. I don't know. But yeah, we're angling ourselves down so that we can actually, take a more efficient path to orbit. Our purpose is to get to that purple orbit that you see right there on screen. That purple orbit is where we are heading. It is currently in low Kerbal orbit. And yeah, it's basically just going to be communication satellite. I did get a contract for it, but I felt like coming up with a cool, interesting one would actually be much more interesting, to say the least. Yeah, it wasn't a particularly hard orbit to get into. I did have to take a couple passes in order to get it just correct. And on top of that, we don't have really good solar panel technology at the time. There's no really gimbaling or anything like that. It is just the tiniest little solar panel that is sitting on the front of the rocket. And yeah, it is not the best. But it is allowing us to actually do science and data and things like that, and be a successful communication satellite. So, I'm currently recording this the day after Starship landed itself in the Indian Ocean for the first time, which is pretty cool. The whole thing where the fin was like practically melting off is also pretty cool. And yeah, I just wanted to get that little bit in here because I thought it was so cool, and I also kind of wanted to date, like, when, granted this video is coming out tomorrow, but still I wanted to, mention that in there because it was just so cool. It was just the whole thing was cool. But yeah, here we are, basically maneuvering our ship into the correct orbit so that we can take advantage of this contract. I also extended the one of the antennas. There are 2 on board, and it also has some science equipment on board because I thought, hey, why not get some extra science while it's up there? But yeah, that is basically why it is doing all of the things it's doing. And I just realized that I had set the speed for this completely incorrect. It was at 2 times speed when it really should have been much faster. But that is okay, because I just sped it up to 8 times speed, and we will take back the missing time, because these should be at roughly 5 times speed. Now, we are almost in a perfect orbit around basically Kerbal, and I will be just changing it up just a little bit so that we can get a hold of this contract. Now, I did just need to increase it just a slight bit over here, and that is pretty much all I need to do. I am going to try and make it just a little bit closer, but I don't think that it's really necessary. I will be back on it later. Anyway, there's Feline 1. It's also launching on a Triton 2. I also asked ChatGPT for a name for this one. It is named after Feline, the goddess of the moon from Greek mythology, and it is basically a probe that we're sending to Minmus, but it looks a lot like the other probe, or the communications satellite that we sent out there. It does also have communications abilities, but this one is directly commissioned by me, myself, and I. And I believe that having a good communications network early off in the early base game. As you can see, there is a MUN satellite out there already. I sent that out there earlier, and I don't know where the footage for that is. Yeah. Oops. But yeah, here we are. We are getting our basically our encounter with Minmus, or we're plotting it out, and we will very shortly be shooting ourselves out towards Minmus. Here we are. I'm just fast forwarding the time around the planet so that we can just go right ahead, right into our burn directly at Minmus. It does take quite a bit of delta V to get out there. But it ends up being less delta V than actually landing on the MUN. That's why it is the easier choice. Plus, it is also flat. It's flatter than the MUN, so it ends up being the easier choice for landing like your first spacecraft. But I am planning on going to the closer moon first, and that is why this is the this is kind of that's why this is part 1 to the MUN. But yeah, as we are approaching the MUN, this video is closing out. I am glad to be back after a long time of not really posting any videos, and definitely not posting anything really Kerbal Space Program 1 related. More stuff is coming, and I've actually already recorded a good portion of episode 2, and yeah, that'll be coming next weekend. What else can I say? Oh yeah, I'm also writing a video that will be about the origin of rocketry. So yeah, see ya. Bye. Welcome back to Kerbal Space Program at ASTRA. Today we are building the first space station after our failed launch attempt last time. So we're starting off with Pioneer Station. It's being launched on a Triton 4 rocket, a new rocket from the Triton family. It is basically just quite a little bit more powerful, has an extra stage. It is just meant to get our space station into orbit because it failed so horribly last time, and it was not great, but we are doing better this time. So here we are, we're finally in the upper atmosphere, and we are trying to make our orbit a little bit more circular before we finally get to the point where we have to shut down our first stage engine. Here we are doing a small correction burn to make sure it is in a good orbit. I ditched a couple of stages because we ended up not really actually even needing them. And here I am using the monopropellant stage that I had included with this station. As it is our first station, it won't be the most impressive station out there, but it surely will do a lot of good for us up there. First off, it helps us complete multiple contracts, which will really help us in the future. We're actually starting with ASTRA 1, advanced space travel. I don't remember what the rest of that said. Oops. But basically it's going to be our boarding of the people to multiple missions. Like, this is ASTRA 1. It'll be the first time a human goes to, or not a human, a Kerbal goes to a space station, being ASTRA 1. And I was actually thinking about naming any crew resupply mission, not crew resupply, but crew thing where we basically recrew a vessel or send crew to a vessel that is in space, and we're going to name them the ASTRA missions, and it's just going to go along through our entire series. And I would really like to see ASTRA missions up in the hundreds, which would be really cool. So here we are. We're currently targeting the station. So we are going to have to make some maneuvers. This station is in a fairly low orbit. Being in a low orbit, it is a little bit harder for us to get an exact encounter before we have the sufficient science to just do this on an automated schedule with the Mech Jeb, which is the main reason why I have Mech Jeb, is so that we can more automate our missions so they're not being done 100% manually, because I do plan on doing a lot of missions, and a lot of upcoming episodes will have a lot of missions per episode. So yeah, especially once we get into like the 50 episode mark. I remember I had like a dozen missions per episode that I had to mess around with or tweak with or something like that. And yeah, basically it gets to be a lot. And so Mech Jeb is helpful. All of the rendezvous stuff and everything that you can do with it is also just absolutely amazing. It makes this whole process much faster. Because I don't end up accidentally putting myself into orbits that are bad. Yeah, but here we are actually now officially rendezvousing. I have a little too many extra stages still. Have to shut this one off, kind of ditch those two, and then actually make my way towards the ship. Here I am. And it was about at this moment that I had realized that there is no parachute on this ship, and that there's no way for this Kerbal to return. Yeah, so there is an issue. Although I do like how I set up the RCS, but I do think that I made them a little bit too powerful, so I had to make them, a lot weaker than they were. But yeah, here we are. We are slowly coming in, and there we go. We hit the bumpers, now we gotta close the bumpers, and then we will be officially connected. And there we go. And then one of the mods that I have, the Connected Living Spaces mod, isn't allowing me to transfer them over. I think the Connected Living Spaces mod's kind of dumb, because sometimes those are quite literally connected. There is nothing in between those two living spaces, but it's just not allowing me to transfer anything between them. And maybe it's because it's a smaller docking port and it's not like an actual docking port that's doing it, but whatever. This is ASTRA 2. It actually has a parachute. This one is actually to get this man off the other station and safely return him to the surface. And the bottom stage exploded, which is not good, but also at the same time, we have way more than enough fuel to actually even have any sort of problem with this. So here we are, just using the Triton 4's upper stage to get us into a good position to actually orbit the planet from, and so we can actually encounter the vessel. I disconnected the little cap that I have over the docking port, and yeah, here we are trying to circularize our orbit. Or not really circularize it, but adjust it in a way that it makes sense. And then I made the slight mistake here of actually undocking I changed the name to the Pioneer Station because I had it set to something else, and I undocked it here, which I definitely should not have done. I should have waited until they were much closer to undock it, so it would have been a lot easier for me. But yeah, this was Pioneer 2. You can't leave any Kerbals without a way to get home. So on not Pioneer 2, it's ASTRA 2. So technically this isn't a mission to actually restock them, but I felt like it was close enough. It will dock to the station and will undock, so I think it's fine. But yep, I made something explode right then. Not exactly sure what I made explode, but it exploded. But it doesn't really matter, because here we go. We are coming in close to the wrong part, which I feel like was a mistake. I accidentally, so I showed up to the capsule, decided I didn't want to be at the capsule, but then I remembered that I needed to go back to the capsule because that was the entire reason I was there. But it took me so long to get to the capsule that I'd forgot the reason I was there, which is, you know, not a great thing. Because I actually ended up pausing this mission about halfway through, and I ended up picking it back up like a day or so later, and then I was like, oh wait, there's a reason why I uncoupled that one, and it is because I accidentally did the thing, and then I should have done this one a little bit better, but I also kind of messed up this one a little bit. But it's okay because I ended up docking them, and then, oh yeah, because I undocked the one and the other one is currently uncrewed. That is why I came over here. Now I remember. Okay. Yeah, still can't transfer them in between, but you know, whatever. I got both of them out. I got the pilot to go over to the other, to literally just fly out through space and get to the other one, which was about 1 kilometer away. It's fine. And yeah, here it is, intercepting the other capsule, which the other guy will need to get down in the most risky maneuver in this space program's history. Yep. And yeah, now we're going to dock them together so that they can create a chain so that they can be held together as they plummet through the atmosphere. Now, I don't know how well this would work in real life, but oh yeah, and I did a camera here so you can see it. That little white dot in the side is the thing that we're going to be docking to. And yeah, here it is. And I actually really like the docking camera mod. It's really cool. All these camera mods for the parts on the thing, I'm really enjoying them because they make me really feel like I'm piloting like an actual spacecraft. It's just the immersion. The immersion's so great. But yeah, here we are. I jettisoned the compartment on the back of that one, and I started targeting just past the space center, and then I set it up so that we could parachute as we plummet through the atmosphere in basically the wrong way you should ever plummet the atmosphere, with one capsule upside down as it goes through the atmosphere, basically taking on ridiculous amounts of heat that it doesn't matter because it's Kerbal. I'm also surprised that it didn't overheat considering how red it is, but it ended up not overheating, and I think I'm going to tweak the heating settings because of that. But yeah, here it is, officially getting close to landing. I jettisoned all of the stuff, and I even jettisoned the other pod to keep it from hitting. Now we're starting with Pallas 2. This is back on an old Triton 2 for Celestial Comm, one of the communications things that we're currently running with. It's a fake fictional company that we play like exists, and we're launching for Celestial Comm. And this one, they want a more robust satellite than the ones that I have sent out in the past. My previous satellite was quite literally a strut, or not a strut, but a construction piece, or whatever it's called. Just one of those. Yeah, I think it's a strut. It's like a strut connector or whatever, and it just had like stuff attached to it. And yeah, that's not the best looking satellite to ever have been made, but I did unmake it. So yeah, here we are. We're about to create the circularization burn, and we are about to bring it out to the distance that is needed. It is in a slightly medium Kerbal orbit. which is, you know, fine by me. Here it is, executing that first burn to raise its apoaps. Now we're going to raise the periaps in the same fashion that we did the first time. Yeah, these early game missions, they can be a lot. Like they're kind of boring. You don't really get further than like low Earth orbit, or not the Earth, but low Kerbal orbit, or like the Mun. I'm very excited to start getting out to Duna. I know in the previous series I took forever to get out to Duna, and yeah, I'm not gonna do that this time. I'm gonna start building stuff in space pretty soon. We're gonna be doing a lot of Mun missions. We're gonna be building a Mun base, like an actual true Mun base. Yeah, this like the old stuff, like the way I did it last time, it was just not good enough. But we are going to truly get it done. And yeah, it does look like KSP2 is completely dead, so I don't know if I'll actually ever be returning to that game, unless mods just absolutely just make that game amazing. But I don't see that happening in the foreseeable future, so I don't know what I'm going to do about that. So here we are, basically making our change to our orbit so that we can basically complete this contract. Sometimes these contracts, they don't really work all that well, but I remember having a problem when I was filming the stuff for last episode. Like, one of the contracts that I tried to do just straight up just didn't work, even though I was in the exact parameters that it needed, and even going the correct way in the orbit and everything, and I was like within the margin of error, and it just wasn't accepting it. And yeah, it was just a shame. Yep. So what we're going to do here is yeah, I basically put this thing in the correct orbit, or slightly off of the correct orbit. I don't have it in the correct orbit, and I think this is one of those cases where it's not reading the correct distance for the antennas. It should have been. I'm currently hovering over it, and I was trying to look up and see if there was a correct antenna to use or anything like that. There wasn't anything that I could actually see that actually worked for that. I had used the correct antennas, I had the correct amount of distance, but it just wasn't working for this thing. So I'm gonna claim the contract, but I'm kind of annoyed that this is the second time that this has happened with this particular contract. So I'd like to know any sort of way that I can fix this or anything like that, but I'm not exactly certain if there is any way to do that. Please let me know if there is. It'd be very much helpful. But yeah, now we have a good comm satellite up there that should really help us, and yeah, we should be able to get on to our next mission, which is Endymion 1. Yeah, Endymion 1 is a test bed for our future Mun missions. These are named after the child of the goddess Feline, who is the goddess of the moon. Her daughter's name is Endymion. And here we are launching Endymion 1. Basically just saying it's like a child of the moon. We're returning the children of the moon to the moon. And yeah, as you can see, it is an Apollo style lander. And yes, it's going to be very much an Apollo style everything. Now I am going to need to develop a much stronger rocket. This rocket could not get us nearly as far as we needed to go. But this is just for the test. This is just a test bed mission. It's not meant to go all the way to the Mun, but there are cameras. There are plenty of cameras to watch all of the things. Think of this like Apollo, what is this, Apollo 5 or something like that, where they basically just tested the docking procedures in orbit. We basically did that. This is also another mission that I cut in between here, where I actually orbited our probe. I actually forget the name of this probe. That is unfortunate, but I actually cut in between here to get it. Oh, it's Lunar Link 1. Okay, it's Lunar Link 1. I forget when I actually launched Lunar Link 1, but it's there now. But yeah, here we are. I ditched the escape tower, which we will not need anymore. And I am flipping the rocket around, and I'm going to have it jettison that piece and have the two parts of the rocket basically face each other and slowly come in for docking. And there you can see I had a little issue because I decided to not transfer anyone to the other capsule, which was a mistake. And yeah, it was a big mistake, and I should have fixed that before the mission even started, as the other craft is now tumbling, which is not good. And this is one of those reasons why it's important to, you know, get your testing done, because if I had not done this, I would have basically just tried to do this in the other thing, and then I'd be just circling the Mun like this, just wasting all of my mono propellant trying to dock with the lander, which would have been very, very unfortunate. Here we are. We actually were able to stabilize the lander, and now we are actually trying to come in at a much more conservative pace, and we still botched it, but it's okay because we were able to regain a little bit of the control here, but we ended up floating away and having to take another pass at the lander. And yeah, I ended up just spending way too much monopropellant on this, and it was just an overall just absolute blunder until I had to put another Kerbal inside the lander. And even then, I couldn't truly engage SLS because it was a scientist, and it's been a blunder. It's been an absolute blunder. But yeah, I was able to make it face the correct direction. I put up the bumpers, which I think this is the reason why the bumpers exist on these. And I started to get close and actually make sure that I am not bouncing around and knocking the thing all over the place. And then we finally have it connected. And so the next portion of the mission has us basically shut down all those engines, and then we need to fire out a certain portion of the way to the moon, not all the way to the moon, because we would not be able to make it all the way to the moon. We are going to go a certain portion of the way out. We're going to go higher than any Kerbal has traveled before, and then we're going to return to the Earth, the Kerbin, let the capsule burn up in the atmosphere, and we're going to be safe. Look at this shot of Kerbal currently over the command pod. It is a great view. Now, we don't have enough fuel to get all the way to the Mun, but we do have just enough fuel to gingerly hit the atmosphere again, not cause any harm to our Kerbals. Now, this wasn't, exactly planned, this way. I did want to get all the way to the Mun, but no matter how I sliced it, I just wasn't going to make it. So the best thing I could do, accept my losses and just deorbit myself slightly and let myself hit the atmosphere. There goes the lander, and here we are. I'm slowing myself down as much as possible to provide some cushion for my poor little Kerbal nuts, because if I did not, that would be quite painful for them. And here's my my lander with no heat shield, so yeah. Good thing that this was just a test mission, because those Kerbals would have been fried if it had gone from, you know, as far up as it was supposed to go. And here we are coming down with a little ginger landing over the ocean. And that is it for today, and I hope to see you guys next time. Welcome back to Kerbal Space Program Ad Astra, and today we're starting off with launching Endymion 2, and this time it's launching on a Poseidon 2. This Poseidon 2 is a great increase from our Poseidon 1 launch vehicle. Our Poseidon 1 launch vehicle did not get this thing very far, but don't worry, this one is. This one is much better equipped than the previous launch vehicle, and yeah, it is on its way to the Mun. Now, this vehicle, much like the old one, is very much Apollo styled. The upper stage even looks like the upper stage of the Apollo, except for one very distinct difference. It is only 2 crew. Now, the fact that there's only 2 crew makes this a little bit interesting. Only one goes down to the surface instead of the 2 like the Apollo missions. This has just a 1-person lander can, and it will land on the surface, and while the other one just sits up there in orbit. But not like that, not like the Apollo missions. They will actually only be on the ground for about 1 orbit. This just makes things easier for me, and it also, there's really no reason why to extend the time much longer than that. And as we see right here, we had Renee Long, I think the name was, go down to the other capsule and hop inside. I should probably write down the names of these Kerbals, but it's fine. Here we are, attempting to dock. I'm messing it up royally at this time. Had to back up just a little bit so we can come back in for another chance, and there they are. They are perfectly docked. Now we can use this stage to guide ourselves in for a perfect set of procedures coming up. And here we are, basically correcting ourselves to a better position around the Mun for our orbit. And here is going to be, this is my design for the circularization burn around the Mun. So here we are, just about to execute said burn and do all of the science that is quite necessary. I do have to say, KSP1 with mods does look quite amazing. All right, here we are, just resetting all of the modules outside. I can't reset the mystery groove, but I can reset pretty much everything else. And I just had to get all of the necessary science. And now here we are, slightly lowering the periapsis, just so we could get a little bit closer to the Mun and just kind of look at it a little bit better. Here we are. I've successfully now deorbited the craft, and here we are coming in very, very quickly. But I did have to slow it down just a little bit so we could get a better landing position. And here we are coming in very closely to the surface. Well, not very closely, but yeah, here we are, just slowly descending. And like that, we have our first touchdown. And look at that view. That's just a good view. There we go. There's a flag for Endymion 2. This is the first landing site. One small step for a Kerbal, one small step for a Kerbal, one giant Kerbal for Kerbal kind. Doesn't make any sense, but doesn't have to. Just a quick run of all of the experiments again, and here we are waiting for the whole orbit so that we can blast off from the surface and reach our capsule. So here we are, and here we are, we're launching. I have it so that we took the entire first stage with us, and then I separated to the second stage because I was worried that we wouldn't have enough fuel, but don't worry, we did. We had more than enough fuel, and here we are finally meeting up with the other one. Here we are, we're gonna burn so that we can get closer, and then as we approach it, we are going to burn so that our relative velocity is 0, and this only took about 10 minutes in time. Imagine if you were to launch from like the ground somewhere, and then immediately you were up in a space station in 10 minutes. That'd be crazy. Takes like a day and a half to 2 days, even 3 days sometimes for Dragon to get to the ISS. It takes like 5 or 6 hours for Soyuz. But like even then, it's just crazy. Like the idea of just launching from the surface and being somewhere in 10 minutes is pretty cool. But it's really only feasible on a low gravity, low atmosphere environment like the Mun. Here we are. I'm attempting to dock it. It is being a little bit of an issue, but there we are. We are docked. Now, we gotta flip it in the correct orientation. We gotta take all of the science out of the original capsule, so that we can take ourselves back to, Kerbin. Here I am, basically, taking out all of the much needed science that we need for our program, turning it into the other side, running even more science just so we got every little bit that we need, and then we will have to undock with this craft in orbit. But before we did that, I had it so that it would deorbit itself and it would hit the surface, just so that our save file does not get overrun with just terrible pieces of simulated garbage that is just floating out in our solar system, which can be quite annoying. As I spent an entire episode in my previous series just doing that. But here we are, we're just kind of floating, just kind of going along. I had to run and actually pick up laundry from the laundry machine when this was happening. But yeah, but here we are. We are currently returning from space, and I decided to slow our descent into the atmosphere using the engines, and here we are about to ditch the engines as we re-enter the atmosphere. Here we go, and they have been ditched, and here we come, flying through the atmosphere at a very, very hefty clip. I again forgot to put on the heat shield, but it is not much of an issue. as we get through the atmosphere with no problem, because I was able to slow it down enough to not really have a problem. But here we are coming down on the side of a mountain. That is not particularly good, but we were able to save it. Here's the Pioneer hab. This is being launched on a Poseidon 1, and it is the new hab for the Pioneer basically space station that we have up in orbit. This is given to us through a contract that I have picked up. And yeah, it basically, we have to send a hab that can support 2 Kerbals up to the Pioneer space station. And that Pioneer space station, basically it needed more docking ports because it only had 1. So I decided to send this up. This will provide it with 2 more of the docking ports that we've been using a lot of recently, and 1 normal size docking port, because those other size docking ports, those are kind of hard to dock together. I've had a lot of trouble with them, but now we'll have some normal docking ports on there, and we'll have a grand old perfect time. But yeah, I extended out the orbit just so that it was easier. It was I was having a lot of trouble getting the orbits correctly aligned from that close together, so it's actually easier to do it from far apart because one body moves a lot quicker than the other, and so you can change your instances of meeting up together. It just makes it easier. Yeah, here we are. We're slowly going to be going down towards that, as you see right here, and we will be meeting up for a nice rendezvous in just a couple of minutes time. Okay, so I'm about to hit that execute button, and it's going to fly us around so that we can slow down our velocity once we meet up with the other craft. This will allow us to ditch that other stage right there, so we can mostly just move around that small, more efficient engine. And even though that more efficient engine has worse thrust and not as much fuel, it helps us move around more nimbly than we would with this gigantic behemoth that currently sits underneath us. Now, we are currently 2.4 kilometers away, and we are rapidly approaching. Not really. We're actually currently getting a little bit further away, but I decided to burn towards it so that we can get a lot closer. Now, here we are, coming in. We will soon be able to match our velocity and come in a much better manner. Sorry if I sound out of breath. I actually currently have bronchitis. It's really wearing away at me. It's quite a pain. Now I understand the 2012 meme. It's kind of, ain't nobody got time for that. It's really speaking to me right now. So yeah, here we are coming in for our docking procedure, and there we go. It is docked together, and I just jettisoned that little probe that now can just go and burn itself up with no problem whatsoever. And yeah, that'll be it for today. Sorry for a short episode, but I have bronchitis, and ain't nobody got time for that. Welcome back to KSP at ASTRA, starting off with putting a station over the Mun. But first, we did lose Edith Modney on one of our moon landing missions, specifically Endymion 3. And here's a cheap goodbye. All right, now here's the Endymion 3 orbiter. It is in Mun orbit, and I believe our poor little Kerbal has been stuck up in space. Now, I did want to send the whole mission, but there was a problem. The recording was corrupted. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I didn't want the recording to be recorded, I basically ran out of space on my hard drive, and it ended up being messed up. But yeah, here is Billy Smith. He is on his way back home. He's sad that his fellow Kerbal is now no longer with us, as we have lost communications with her. AKA, I was trying to walk her underneath the ladder, and I tried to grab onto it, and it crack an attack, and she just got launched at the ground at like Mach 4 and was obliterated. But here we are re-entering the atmosphere. Look at those re-entry plumes. Perfect. And we didn't end up too far away from the Kerbal Space Center. So that must have been good for Billy. He wouldn't have been in his suit very long. Here we are doing a little bit of extra science as we land here on the ground. Now we're starting off ASTRA 3 on an experimental Lazarus 1, our first ever reusable rocket. So here it is, taking off very slowly from the launch pad. Now we are speeding up to about 5 times speed. It is not a quick rocket. It is not a particularly powerful engine, but it is getting us off the ground with our 2 Kerbals on board, Billy Smith and Fred Baylor. I don't know. They're off to our space station, currently sitting in low Kerbal orbit. I actually forgot the name to our space station in orbit because I've been gone for so long. But here you see up in the top right corner, there is our second stage going back down to Earth as we are circularizing our orbit over the planet. But here we are re-entering, going through the atmosphere, absolutely screaming through the atmosphere. But here we are slowing down, breaking the speed of sound, and boom, full throttle, brake, and then fall over. Yep. Here we are, just kind of flipping about as we plan our rendezvous with our space station that I have forgotten the name of. And here we go. We are locking in, and we are going to be executing that little 11.5 meter per second burn. The lower stage for this is a little bit massive for this, but this is not actually going to be the final product of this. I just hadn't unlocked the capsule yet that I needed to. I want to put the 3-person capsule on top of that, but right now I only have the 2-person capsule, and this is kind of a small 2-person capsule, but it's it's big enough. It has a big enough docking port area, so I used this one for right now. But the next time you see me launch this rocket, it will have a 3-person capsule on the top. But yeah, the ASTRA. This is the 3rd ASTRA mission, and we're using it to actually restock a space station. Granted, it's not currently stocked because we had to rescue our other Kerbal last time, but that's fine. Here we are in an eclipse trying to dock with our space station here. There it is. So we come in, and very quickly we will be united with their home for the next couple of months. Well, I think we're just doing weeks. But yeah, there we are. It's Pioneer Station. I have finally restocked Pioneer Station after a long time, and there we go. It is now fully just up there in orbit. They're working away at it. Now here we are is Metzli Station. This is on a classified booster. That's what I'm just calling it whenever I was too lazy to actually come up with a good looking booster that I will be keeping in my slots of like regularly used boosters. Just a little too lazy this time. Yeah, here we are with our station as it's currently flying out into orbit. It's going to complete its circularization burn pretty quickly, and then it will be off to low Mun orbit. Now there is one slight caveat. It does not have enough delta V to actually reach low Mun orbit, but there is going to be a second piece that will be rendezvousing with it in like a higher Mun orbit, and that will help it lower its orbit down to the desired distance. Now this station will be a kind of a staging ground. It's where we will hold our more permanent reusable landers, so that we can launch ASTRA missions to this station for crew and for crew and supplies to this station, and then from this station it can be moved down to the surface on a more powerful, more reusable lander rather than send a lander every single time. Now here we are on this little tiny kick stage that will get us to the Mun and be able to slow us down enough so that we don't just fly away from the Mun, because that would be unfortunate. Yeah, here we are finally making the polar orbit. Yeah, we're trying to make it a polar orbit specifically so that we can have access to the South Pole. That's one of the reasons why Endymion 3 was sent to the South Pole, but sadly the video was corrupted. And yeah, so we sent Endymion 3 to the South Pole to look for water ice, but that's not really why we sent it there. I just sent it there as like a pathfinding mission, and we will be putting our permanent base down on the South Pole in an area that gets nearly permanent sunlight once we can get solar panels that actually rotate. Right now we do not actually have any solar panels that rotate, but once we get those, we will finally set up a base on the Mun. But here we are, just orienting the station, and we are about to launch the new station. Not the new station, but the eventual thing that will get us there. So this is launching on a Triton 1. It's the PAC module, which stands for Power and Control. It will also store fuel and monopropellant. But here it is, launching into the upper atmosphere. I finally have the atmosphere, like the atmospheric guidance tech tree node finally unlocked. So all of these missions today have actually just gone up on their own, which is really nice because it allows me to do better, more cinematic shots of them as it flies up into the upper atmosphere. But yeah, that little brown piece right there, that is the power and control module. It is designed to basically just have enough fuel to kind of move us around whenever we need it. Just in case like repeated dockings end up knocking us way too far from where we want to be in orbit. It can help us raise our orbit, anything like that. It'll be perfect, to say the very least. But here we are, finally finishing up our time in just Kerbin's orbit. And now we're going to be transferring to the Mun, as we basically just kind of experience this area. Now, the Mun orbits are kind of complex. It's basically experiencing a rectilinear orbit, but not really. It was inspired by the Artemis missions, but you can't really make you can't really make NRHO in KSP unless you have Principia, and I just don't want to deal with Principia because Principia has issues with the mods where you can build stuff in space, which I wanted to use towards the late game in this mod pack, or not even the late game, more the mid game in this mod pack. And I just don't see it being a good thing to have overall. Like not overall, but like a good thing to have in the long run if I want to do that, since it does have issues with that. Yeah, here we are getting a rather ambitious encounter with the station. And here we go. All right. So this station will become operational very soon. I apologize for not having uploaded for several weeks. I was first in Indiana, and then I was doing, I was basically struggling to get my summer finals done. And then I proceeded to go to Maine, of all places. I also went to Ocala, which is where I'm from. It's where my family lives. But I also spent it was 7 days in Maine. I spent 7 days in Maine. It was really cool. I'd never been to Maine before, even though I'd previously lived for about 6 months in Massachusetts. I had never been to Maine, and it was pretty cool. Like I think the geography there is really cool. I was in Bristol, Maine. If you've ever been to Bristol, Maine, that's what I was doing. It's a pretty beautiful area. But enough about that. I'm starting a new semester of school. So yeah, I'll be back to making a little bit more videos. Here I am. We're finally fixing up our orbit so that we have enough for the contract, and we are set. This will be pretty much the end of our video. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for being patient with my upload schedule, and yeah, I will see you guys in the next video, which should be coming out next week. Bye. Welcome back to KSP at ASTRA. Today we're going to Mimist, or we're just dying. I have multiple missions today, a lot of them to the moon, actually, or the Mun, but you know, some are further away. But before we get into that, I'd like it if you maybe liked, comment, shared, subscribed, done all the things. Or maybe you just have commitment issues and all you can do is just give me a like or a comment, and that is perfectly fine. But right now we just got to get started with ASTRA 5. It's flying on an Lazarus 1, which is our reusable rocket, named after the biblical Lazarus, who was raised from the dead by Jesus. I used a random name, but I liked that one. It was that between that and Phoenix, and I was thinking about making a much more stronger one being named Phoenix. And maybe there is a bigger rocket in the future going to be named Phoenix. But until then, we have Lazarus 1. And it is currently stocked up with Billy Smith, Fred Bailey, and Rachel Leroy. It is currently on its way to low Kerbal orbit. But we have one slight thing that we're going to do, and there's a slight issue. The rest of this recording just lost. I lost the rest of this recording and some of another thing. But right now we're going to add a station core to Mesley Station. And yeah, that's basically where those Kerbals were just going to. But I lost the rest of it, and I actually lost the vehicle that they were in, specifically because I was short about 80 meters per second from basically reaching the space station. So I got all the Kerbals out, and I hopped them over, and then just deorbited the capsule. Yeah, oops. But we're gonna have to send a little rescue mission later. But here we are with the station core. This will allow us to dock more than one thing at a time to the station, which is very helpful. It'll allow us to do crew rotations and things like that. I honestly don't even know why I didn't think about this before I launched the previous Kerbals. But this is definitely going to help. It has some power generation capability, but not a lot, which is fine. It increases the total habitable area, so our Kerbals won't go crazy as quickly, and it has some cool lights for docking purposes. But here we are, we're finally getting our transfer correct. We're going to be short just a little bit of delta V, but luckily our monopropellant can actually take us there. And here we are going to get in a lot closer. This mission actually took a lot longer than what you see here. I actually had to put this up at 20 times speed. Normally I only do 5 times speed. This mission just took a long time because it was just such a heavy piece of equipment, and it was just moving so slowly. It was just a pain. But here we are. We are finally going into dock and just make Mesley Station just that much better. I forgot to tell you guys that Mesley is named after the Aztec moon god, just in case you wanted to know. But here is Mealy 1, at least I believe that's how it's supposed to be called. It's named after the Norse god of, I believe, explorers or travelers. But there is a little reason why it's named after this. This is Mealy 1, which is going to Duna. It's being launched on a Lazarus 1, which is our reusable rocket. And it's going to Duna, and it's going to be our first probe that will be around Duna. Now, when I was talking about the other footage that was lost, I also launched one of these to Jool just after this mission, but I could not find the video for it. Like, it's just not on my computer. And I swear I recorded, I swear I never even stopped the record, but it happened. Here we are coming back into the atmosphere with our first stage. It is coming in hot, and I'm doing the automatic landing maneuver, and it's just not enough. I'm having so many issues, and I think it has to be, I think it's related to the engines that are currently on this craft. But here we are, setting our encounter with Duna, and we will be just rocketing off in that direction as soon as Kerbally possible. Now, this is a large mission. This is our first mission to another interplanetary body, which is quite a big thing. It's taken us a little while, but we're finally here. And I believe that this is going to be a cool mission once it's up and running, orbiting Duna. And here we are about to start our next mission, ASTRA 5B. I forgot the B there. But yeah, this is ASTRA 5B. I did not want the issue for the lack of delta V to be the problem. Turns out it wasn't the problem. I accidentally entered the orbit of the Mun facing the wrong direction of the Mun based off of like just how much delta V this is. I kind of believe that's probably what I did. Plus, based off of different phases of the Mun, it'll be in different. I'll have to basically enter the orbit to get to Metzli Station in a different way because it's a polar orbit, and as it circles Kerbin, the orbit actually changes its direction around the Mun. So it's kind of complicated. Now here's our second attempt this episode at landing one of these things. And it also fails, which is not good. We've had like 2 that have successfully landed. The second stages are much more successful when they land. Although this one I don't believe will be landing because we did use all of its current available delta V. Now here you see I'm coming in on the top of the Mun. That's where I'm basically facing. But what I've been doing was going underneath, like going under the Mun, basically under its south pole to get into orbit. But that was putting me in the wrong direction, which required way too much delta V. And I need to be watching which direction the station is currently orbiting whenever I start launching things out there. But here I am setting up our encounter. I have to wait a couple orbits before I can successfully dock these 2 crafts and finally get those Kerbals in a safe position where they are currently not like the Boeing astronauts up in the space station right now. Yeah. Oh. My air filter just turned on. Here we are, just fast forwarding, and we are going to do that small burn. See how that burn was only like 15 meters per second? Well, yeah, on the other one, it was more like 900, and that was unfortunate because that left us with no delta V at all. I was completely out of monopropellant, almost completely out of monopropellant. I was able to turn it around and then kind of deorbit it, but it was really not good for us. But here we are. I'm setting up the docking. Here we are. And I decided that I'm going to also use the docking camera this time around. The docking camera hasn't been a feature in a couple of episodes, but I want to make it a more regular feature because I really like the docking camera. It's probably not what other people like, but I do enjoy the docking camera. So here I am lining up our basically we're going outside of the pizza box. We're currently making sure we're kind of lined up with the station here before we can actually start our true docking maneuver. We're actually, up until this point, we were heading away from the station, but now we have currently lined up and we are ready to go. So here's the docking camera. It's on the left side. It's really cool because there's the station. It's just showing up, and then here we are. It also kind of shows like how much the little bursts of monopropellant have really changed the direction, and I just find it so cool. But yeah, there we are. Those Kerbals are now successfully docked. Now here we are back to Melee 1, and it's basically just doing a small course correction burn in the interplanetary space between Duna and Kerbin. And here I am setting up its eventual basically capture burn. And I noticed that melee and melee probe and the second melee probe are struggling with connection. And that is an issue. I thought that they would be fine with connection, but it turns out they do not have a strong enough antenna on either of the crafts, which is unfortunate because here we are coming into Duna. Now the directive to basically to capture burn has already been programmed into the craft. It was only 30 days. We had nothing planned for those 30 days, so we are chilling. But here we are basically capturing around Duna. Unfortunately, there is no signal, and there probably won't be any signal for at the very least a year now, which is why our next mission will be at least somewhat helping out with a kind of re-encounter or like an ability to communicate. And that is why our next mission is very important. It is the Hermes network. Now, it is a deep space network that is designed to be able to communicate with other planets. And I'm going to put one of these around every single planet in the Kerbal system. And it won't be as rudimentary as this one. This is very rudimentary. It's the first one, after all. It is Hermes 1. And it's also being launched on a Lazarus. But it is not designed. It is just designed to be in orbit of the sun. And that is all it's going to do. And it is going to bounce signal off of itself. And it will just sit there being a perfect relay in between basically Kerbin and Duna. And that is very useful. I'll eventually have basically really powerful Hermes satellites all across the solar system just for better communications. Like, come on, some of these Kerbals want to play Minecraft with their friends on another planet. It'll be horrifically laggy. The ping will be like 40 billion, but they'll be able to do it. You know, maybe. But yeah, it's going to be a while for this one to finally be set up in its permanent location. Hopefully it will have service all the way around. I do not know if it will permanently have service, but hopefully, you know, one day it will. Yeah, I was just making sure that it was facing the sun so that it would get as much solar power as possible. But here we are with Khonshu 1 launching on a Triton 5C. This is a new variant of the Triton 5 rocket, but it is going to be the most powerful of the Triton 5 family, and it will be the last of the Triton rockets, at least for now. But this is going to launch our fair little Kerbals all the way to Minmus. Now, Khonshu is, well, I mean, if you watch Moon Knight, he is the god of the moon, but he is the Egyptian god of the moon, which, you know, I thought that would be a cool name. But yeah, here we are. The Kerbals on board are Wilfred Schmidt, Craig Price, and Artur Sarin. Artur Sarin is our new pilot. He is a newbie. He has never flown before, but he will get the job done. Now, this craft has a lot of solar panels and some supplies, but not enough supplies. And not just not enough supplies, these Kerbals are going to be in space for a long time, and they're not particularly fond of being in a small capsule for a long time, which is going to be an issue because we do not get a direct path to Minmus, which is it's an issue. There's because of our orbital inclination, and I didn't launch in the inclination of Minmus, because normally what I do is I just fling myself out to the basically where the encounter is like a 0, but it's not it's the descending node and the ascending node. I basically launch them out to either one of those nodes, and it doesn't really work all the time. It works most of the time, but it doesn't work all of the time, and this is one of those all of the times, unfortunately. But I did notice that I can get a gravity assist off of the Mun on the next orbit to reach them. Now this is an issue. These Kerbals, they're not happy about that. They're going to have a slight mutiny. Why I say slight is because it is quite slight. They can do stuff, so one of the life support mod I have, Kerbalism, they can do things as horrible as vent all of the fuel inside your rocket. They just decide to become tourists and not do their jobs. Which, at certain points, could be particularly deadly. Which you will see later on can also be other issues in a non-deadly fashion. Like they cannot leave the capsule. And not just cannot leave, you literally cannot click the EVA button because they are tourists, which is particularly annoying. But here we are. We have got our encounter of Minmus, and we are going to fly by the Mun, and then we are going to fly all the way out to Minmus. We're already on day 4. These Kerbals are not particularly happy with just my choices at all. And being fresh astronauts, well, not really fresh astronauts, but being basically fresh astronauts, they haven't been on particularly long missions at all. Like ASTRA 4 with Wilfred Schmidt and Craig Price, they were only up there for a little while. But here we are deorbiting around Minmus. Or not we're almost deorbiting. We're capturing around Minmus. But here we are doing as much science as possible. They are already tourists, so I cannot get them to leave to reset some of the experiments. Or do a crew experiment. So that is an issue. That is a very big issue. But here we are, coming in for a landing. And we're going to land at one of Minmus's very famous flats. And we're now going to go in. We have basically no control, because it's basically nothing. We have the control of the small Mech Jeb unit that allows for a limited amount of control, but not particularly good control. Here we are, finally approaching our landing. We stuck out our landing fins. There was a little bit of a lag spike there due to the exploding lower stage there. And we have now touchdown. And now I need to run basically as many things as possible, and I need to get these Kerbals as home about as quick as possible as I can, because they're on day 6, almost day 7, and they are not happy. And I don't really know why their happiness kind of crashed so hard. They've all been on longer missions, but I believe it's because those were stations and they had a larger interior volume. But good thing this oh, what happened? My screen just turned off. we are going to be just rocketing back into the atmosphere of Kerbin as quickly as possible. And it shouldn't take very long. I believe that it'll be on day 8, which, considering how long it took to get there, is probably a welcome sign by the Kerbals. Now, I have an issue on re-entry here. The Kerbals do not want to do their job. At quite literally the most dangerous point. You see that little red Kerbal thing? There is nothing controlling it. They are refusing to do their jobs. I'm trying to get all of them to do whatever I can, and then finally, once we have fully re-entered the atmosphere, they're like, yeah, maybe we will do our jobs so that we don't die. And they finally do it. And this will be it for today. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back to KSP at ASTRA. Today we're talking about life support. All of our missions today are in part furthering that journey and keeping us in space for as long as possible. So if you'd like to see more of this type of stuff, could you please like, share, comment, and subscribe? It helps me out, it helps you out, and it helps me out a little bit more, but it would be nice if you could do it. It's always great. But yeah, here we are. We're with ASTRA 6. It's flying on a Lazarus 1, the troubled reusable rocket that can't seem to be reused because of the sheer amount of times it just fails to land in the ocean. So here we are. We're flying off with Artur Samarin, Wilfried Schmidt, and Kahren Kerman. Kahren Kerman is actually not an astronaut. He is a tourist. He's actually more likely a payload specialist, and he is going to Metzley Station to repair one of the solar panels as a part of a mission given to us by the mission control, or whatever it's called. But here we are. The second stage is currently coming in, or the first stage is currently coming in for a landing, and it's having trouble. It's rolling, and yeah, there's a reason why I didn't put it all the way up and like I do normally, because it crashes, which is very unfortunate. But here we are with the second stage making its way to the Mun, exhausting that reusable second stage, which we've never seemed to ever reuse. And here it is, coming in for the smoothest encounter that I've ever had, because it is completely direct. We are getting there just in time to just need to cut all of our velocity so that we can dock. This is the quickest these Kerbals have ever come to the station. And if you just saw those messages at the top, that is the reason why the next mission is so important. So our Kerbals didn't die because I had set the I had changed the settings of the life support to make it harder. And because I had done that, apparently our Kerbals wandered off to the space station, which is weird. They wandered off of the space station and somehow wound up at the KSC. How that happens, I have no clue. They should have been killed in action. I don't understand how it didn't work that way. But yeah, I am going to correct that, and by correcting that, I'm going to actually cause 2 more Kerbals to wander off to the space station in this launch right here. And actually, all of the Kerbals on Liberty Station are also going to wander off as well when we refill them in about 120 days. The Kerbals that are just on the ground there are just going to disappear. So that's going to be a little awkward. Yeah. But here we have the Mun station. 2 things docked to it. They won't stay docked for long. I'm going to undock both of them and then have both of them deorbit. But here we are with Metzley's life support and it's on a Phoenix 1, our new reusable rocket. Unfortunately, we're not going to be doing anything reusable with this launch. We do have a second launch of one of these later on, but as you can see, it is a much more powerful rocket. Just screams off the pad. It has those big, giant engines on the side, and these, and one of the main, it's not a swivel, I forget the name of the engines. It also has a little motors that get you away from the craft. I implemented those when I was testing the craft, but it actually doesn't need them, so it's actually not going to be included in later craft. But yeah, that's our life support system that is going to be docked to the station, which will allow for much longer stays at the station. It nearly bankrupted us launching this. We had enough for one more mission, and that one more mission is our next Phoenix, our new Phoenix rocket, the second one. And yeah, we're kind of hurting, so we're gonna have to do a lot of just maintenance missions in the next episode. Just getting those crew contracts down, getting those, just all of those contracts. That is what next episode is going to be on, and that'll be coming out next week. But here we are, finally getting ourselves to the Mun, and here we are. I'm going to just create a little bit of a a little bit of a like encounter here. Now, I thought it would have been a perfect encounter. It wasn't a perfect encounter, but that's fine. But here we are, coming in towards the Mun, and we are going to be docking with Metzley Station. And it's kind of unfortunate that we don't have a station currently in low Kerbal orbit, but don't worry, I'm actually going to be very soon, once we have enough money, launching multiple space stations in Kerbal orbit, and some of them will be in odd orbits, which will make it kind of hard to get to, but that is perfectly fine. Now, here we are. We have captured around the Mun, and we are going to be getting our encounter very soon. Took several hours, but I accidentally targeted the wrong thing. I did not target Metzley Station, I targeted another craft. But that is fine, because this gets us in a similar orbit, and I just had to change the amount of time between them. So it's about 1 day or so before we can encounter them. It's about 1 day and 2 hours, which is not bad because there are no Kerbals on board, and it is just a life support system. It quite literally won't do anything. But here's where I had issue. From this point on in the episode, well, not from this point on, but from a little later from now on in the episode, the lights on the station stopped working and the lights on the craft stopped working. And I think it was just because I had Kerbal Space Program open for way too long and was running into all sorts of like RAM issues, because like all lights just stopped working. They would show up when you were in the sun, but as soon as you were on like the dark side of the planet, stopped working. Don't know what that issue is. Hopefully it'll be fixed next episode. I think it's just a little bug because I had the game open way too long. There's a lot of bugs that show up in KSP when you have the game open too long. It's one of the reasons why KSP2 was supposed to be so great, is because it would get rid of code like that caused bugs, or the RAM issues, because it just has horrible memory leakage. But no, that's not going to do anything. I am thinking about upgrading my CPU pretty soon, so it can, because it is probably the worst bottleneck I have. It's actually an atrocious bottleneck. I have like a 2600X, and that is like it's a 2600X, and that is not at all comparing to my my 3070 GPU, which is, yeah, that's just not gonna help. But here we are, we're coming in, we're close enough to get our docking node, but as anyone knows, this is going to take up like half our mission time. So yeah, this is sped up at 5 times speed. Docking is probably the slowest thing in all of Kerbal Space Program, especially if you want to do it right. I also don't have the automatic docking maneuver thing yet in the Mech Jeb. If so, I would have just used that. It's a little bit quicker, and it's a little bit more, sometimes it's a little bit more reckless, but I kinda like to use it just so I'm not having to deal with sitting down here for the while where I do it. Plus, right now I'm also doing the whole thing with the docking camera. The docking camera is quite great. I actually really enjoy the docking camera because it's like what the astronaut sees. But I don't want to be inside of the craft. I heard someone was telling me to do like the IVA mod, and I don't really do it. But here we are. We're lining up perfectly with the station, and here we are docked, and that is our life support module with plenty and plenty of snacks, all lined up. I was just checking to see if it was working, and here we have Astra 7 on a Phoenix 1, and finally we will see the Phoenix rise from the ashes, I guess you could say. And I mean, listen to those engines. They're super powerful. This has Arthur Smith, Fred Bailey, and I believe one more. I don't actually have my book that I keep to write all the names in them with me right now, but it has one more Kerbal on board. And here we are. We are currently almost to orbit. I'm going to disengage the autopilot, and then I'm going to drop off the second stage, and there they go, off on their way to the Mun, while the second stage is currently flipping around. I shut off multiple of the outer engines and made sure that the inner engine and just three total engines are working, and they're in a perfect line, and that will help us produce enough thrust to keep us from hitting the ground. I also turned off the roll mechanic on the fins, because I feel like that is probably one of our issues when we're coming in. I also have aero brakes up on the upper stage, which will allow us to slow down our descent. And here we go. A perfect landing in the ocean. Granted, we do tip over and we do lose that control module, but that is okay. We got the most expensive parts actually refunded, which is great. And that is the reason why we do the thing that we do with the reusable rockets, because we get just a bunch of refunded money. And the Phoenix 2 will be an SSTO that happens to have a payload on board. It's not going to be like a traditional SSTO with wings and stuff like that. It's just going to be like a starship that can get all the way to orbit. That'll be great. Unfortunately, maybe the Lazarus 1, maybe I can make the Lazarus 1 like a little launch vehicle, like a little reusable launch vehicle for like payloads of less than like 10 tons. I think that would be probably the most advantageous thing for the Lazarus to become, rather than a heavy launch vehicle, because it is the design is just kind of, it's a little messed up, especially with the one engine. There's not enough vectoring or gimbaling that can be done with that engine, so it just kind of has a lot of trouble. But here we are coming in. We are going to be basically approaching the station. I left the payload on a suborbital trajectory so that it will hit the Mun and we won't have more space debris, which also causes lag. And here we are approaching the station. with Craig Price, Archer Samarin, and Fred Bailey. The three musketeers, two of them are very much veterans, and they are going to be docking with Metzley Station in the dark, complete darkness, and they will be our heroes of the day, coming back to the space station that sent them home earlier. But here we are, and these guys, they will be able to stay up here for as long as possible. Now, I'm gonna keep doing the every quarter of a year they're gonna get swapped out, but it's nice to actually be able to do that every quarter of a year rather than them just wandering off, which would be nice. And then I'm going to be sending down a life support system for Liberty Base as soon as possible, and that will be able to make our Kerbals a little less hungry. Because it was in the dark, I forgot the docking port was actually on the back of this little capsule that I've designed. If you didn't know, the capsule on this little thing is backwards. So it actually docks where its engines are, which I thought would be like a cool little quirk that this type of capsule has. But yeah, this is pretty much the end of the episode. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I would like to see you guys next time. Let's just get a little peek of it in the sun. Oh, there, perfect. All right, that was a great episode, and goodbye. Welcome back to KSP at ASTRA. Today we've got a Mooner Power Production, and we're launching 3 rockets today, and we are landing a big giant solar panel thing. But we're going to start off with Aurora Station. This is being launched on a Phoenix 1, and it is off to a polar orbit around Kerbin. And this is basically to, just to be a polar satellite that rotates around Kerbin. I thought it'd be cool to have Kerbal Station in a polar orbit and in a regular orbit. This is just going to be the first station since Pioneer that has been placed into an orbit. But here we are. As you can see, the upper stage is currently re-entering, while this stage is currently continuing on its burn. Here it is. The first stage is about to do its landing burn. And here we go. It starts up out of all 3 of the center engines, and it lands on some rocky grass. So I tried to take control, tried to do stuff with it. But those aero brakes are so strong, and I forgot to put them down, and it just caused all sorts of problems. And we ended up losing the vehicle. But here we are with the second stage and the cupola and the main portion of the station. I just labeled it station right here, but I later on changed it to Aurora Station, as it will be known. And basically, it's just going to be a station in low Kerbin orbit going in the polar directions. Just an easy, kind of difficult thing. You have to launch at sunrise or sunset, and then from there you have to kind of choose when you need to launch. I just thought it was a cool idea to have one in a polar orbit. Just watch the auroras and things like that. It was actually it's named after the Greek goddess of this of the sky, basically, and that's what the Aurora Borealis and the one in the south, I forget what the Aurora Antarcticus or what, I don't know. But here we are. If you could like, share, comment, subscribe, or anything like that, that would be very much appreciated, and maybe even hit that bell. But here we are. We have SRM1, which stands for space resupply mission, and it is the first one of many, I presume. And this one will be launched in a polar orbit and basically get to our space station, our new space station, and it will bring lots of life support so that we can basically send our Kerbals to it. They can dock to the station. They won't die or go home like those Kerbals were earlier. This is just to have a large store of life support on board, and there will be a life support system that will be installed later on. But here we are. We are currently circularizing. I accidentally forgot to land the booster, which is a little bit of an oopsie. I could have done it, but I saw this maneuver node right here, almost perfect, and then I was like, oh, and I just got excited and I completely forgot to land the booster, which, you know, you wouldn't see SpaceX doing that at all. But yeah, that's I did that, and we lost the booster because of it, but it's fine, I guess. I have more than enough funds, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think I have a whole lot of funds left. I do know that I have some, but just not enough. But here we are coming in on Aurora Station. We're actually going really quickly. This uses up almost all of our fuel to reach our encounter here. We end up overshooting it just a little. And here we are, we're just firing towards it with these little monopropellant engines, which will help us deorbit and help us, you know, encounter the spacecraft. We're now about 400 meters away. Had to make sure I was getting the correct docking port. And we will be on our way to the station. Here we go. We are currently basically doing our standard docking maneuvers. Basically, you want to kind of get yourself aligned with the port. I'm not going to do very much of the Matt Lown style docking in this series. I did a lot of it when I was doing KSP2 because they didn't have a docking indicator like this, or a docking mode, which just really bothers me because I don't use the HJIK keys, whatever those ones are. I don't use those. I use the ASDF or WASD keys, and then the Q and R, the Q and E for roll. I'm not doing the HJ whatever keys. I like the docking mode. The fact that they didn't have a docking mode was just ridiculous. But here we are. We have encountered, it was a little bit off, so I undocked and then like rotated it, or you'll see it right here. I basically undocked, rotated, and then redocked myself to the station here. And there we go. That is basically absolutely perfect. I made sure to get it in the correct orbit, and then yeah, I switched over to this and had it deorbited as soon as possible. And I wanted to get it as close to the KSC as possible because that is the best way to get as much funds as possible from your recoveries. So if you land on the land at the KSC, it's almost 100%. If you land on the runway or you land on the pad, it's like 100%. Anywhere outside of that, it's like 99, which is just great because the parts are expensive and it's awesome. We'll eventually have a rocket that can do basically SSTO 100 tons easy. But yeah, here I am. I deployed the parachutes. This thing needs parachutes. Its engine isn't strong enough. It actually is strong enough once the parachutes are involved, but here we are, just kind of lighting it up, slowing it down, and then recovering it. And here we are. We have Hermes 2, which is also on a Phoenix 1. This one will be recovered. Don't worry. And this is just launching in a normal orbit. It is basically going to be doing the exact same thing as the other Hermes, which you can see the other Hermes right there on the left up at the alarm clocks. The other Hermes is basically becoming part of like a deep space network, while we have kind of weaker satellites and stuff like that. And it'll eventually allow us to have constant communication throughout the solar system, which is very important. Here I am trying to get it to go back to the KSC, but I decided that that was kind of flawed. But here we are. We are currently coming in for a landing. We are going to go for a full-blown water landing, and boom, there we are. Perfect. And here's the second stage, about to send this thing off into deep space. We're actually going to be sending it out into deep space on the second stage, and then we're going to turn the second stage around and we're going to fly back, which is just kind of crazy. Here we are. We're going to flip it around. We're going to just boost as much as we can so that we can get the best possible landing spot. I wanted to try to go for the KSC, but I realized that we're probably not going to be able to get the KSC. So I pretty much tried to abort that. But then I was like, what if we went to this little place called the Cove, just a little bit north? It just says this on the map. I didn't know what it was. It says Cove. I wondered if there's some sort of Easter egg there. Then I realized that there is an Easter egg there, but I don't have the Breaking Ground DLC, so I don't get to see the Cove launch site, which is a bummer because that would have been cool to land there. But I don't get that because I don't have any of the DLCs, which I am thinking that I should probably get, because there isn't going to be a KSP2, so I should probably just get the DLCs. But yeah, our rocket burned up and only our control survived, and that was just bad. And then here's the Liberty solar planet. I launched it on a Phoenix 1. I forgot to record the launch, but when I landed the rocket, I realized that I hadn't started recording the launch, and that I had the second stage in orbit already going. So yeah, it's already on its way to the moon, basically. But this is going to be the power plant for Liberty Base, which is going to be on the surface. It has a bunch of connector tools, but as we know, our Kerbals that were on Liberty Base have just fled. They've just gone away. So there's the whole issue of, well, there's no Kerbals there to actually do the attachments to the base. So we're going to actually have to send another crew, and that's fine because we have a crew thing to Liberty Station pretty soon, about 100 days or so. All of this was done over the course of like 4 or 5 days in game because I just sent things really quickly. They just all went there. So here we are. We are going to slow down our trajectory. We're going to get into a circular orbit, and then we are going to land at the base. I tried to do the auto landing thing, but it was having issues. It wanted to land on the other side of the planet for some reason, which is not good. So I had to end up aborting that, but you won't see that yet. So I ditched that stage so that we could go on a better trajectory. I was thinking maybe there's a way I can get that other stage to end up orbiting, but then I remembered that it's kind of stuck there. I don't have enough power to actually get it back. So maybe a recovery mission in the future. I don't know. I do need to start putting or at least on a next version of it, either larger batteries or some sort of power supply system. Maybe once we get RTGs and stuff like that, we'll start doing stuff like that. But here we are. I'm basically manually choosing a location, and we are going to come in. As you can see, it has some massive solar panels, and they're angled sideways because when you're at the poles, the sun's only gonna ever be to your side. So if the sun's only ever gonna be to the side, we better have our solar panels sideways, which is probably the best way to do it. It has other panels that can rotate, but those are just going to be on the ground. They're lower down. They were for when we were in orbit. They're still going to be on. They're still going to be producing power, just not as much as these giant ones that can be angled directly at the sun. Now we are going to be landing in the 2-week lunar night, or it's 2 weeks on Earth, but I don't know how long it is on the Mun, but we are going to be landing in the lunar night, or the mooner night. And so, yeah, see, there's our Kerbals just ditching the station and somehow getting back to the KSC, because there is nothing down here that'll get them there. I have to change the settings so that they die, which will be unfortunate if it happens, but it shouldn't happen again. I have actually since changed the settings in game, but now I know what's going on. But here we are. I'm trying to hover over so we can be a lot closer, so that there's not really very many issues. But I was having trouble kind of landing it without having it kind of fall over. But yeah, there we go. It's in the rocks, and I'm currently trying to keep it stable. And yeah, that is it. We have landed on the Mun with our new power production station. It is now a lunar day, and that is all I have time for today, folks. Thank you guys, and I will see you next time. Hello and welcome back to KSP at ASTRA. Today we have Lunar Orbit EVA. That was my phone just going crazy. Yeah, today we've got the Metzli Hab EVA thing. This is basically the crux of today's episode. It is being launched on a Phoenix 1, and it will have an EVA module so that our crew can get out and basically service the station. As we are currently building up our lunar station, and that way we can use it for permanent settlement of the solar system, I guess. But yeah, here we are. We've got our second stage currently making its way to orbit, or actually this is our first stage still. It's making its way to orbit, and I think we're gonna go completely orbital on this on the first stage. Yeah, we are. Our rocket is officially an SSTO. But there we go. Here's our second stage going off and all the way to the Mun. So basically, it's just more of a hab module, more things for things to dock to, and it has a special area for a solar truss. So we can build basically a large truss, kind of like the ISS has, and we can build out our solar panels because we do need more electric charge on that craft. But here we are with our re-entry burn. We're coming in over, I was trying to get it so that we could go in over the KSC, but we started the re-entry speed was too hot, and I had to pull the brakes so that things wouldn't explode. And yeah, here we are coming in over the mountains. Now, I don't know about you, but we're out of fuel, which isn't conducive to landing very well. And yeah, just our engines are left for some reason. But our second stage is currently on its way to the Mun. It has an encounter, and it will be encountering the station in a short amount of time. We just have to do a slight correction burn. And there we go. There's our correction burn. And we are at the Mun's sphere of influence, and we'll be doing our deceleration burn to capture around the Mun and encounter in one burn. Here we are. Doing our encounter, but we overshot it by a long mile. Now, fortunately, we have the second stage that I used to basically just zoom on over and detach that so we can get our basically our docking setup, and then just got the docking camera out because I like the docking camera. And there we go. We are coming in close and then fixing up our angle, and then boom, we are attached to the station. Now we can EVA to our heart's content and I used it to basically break off those solar panels because we don't need them. Well, I mean, we do need them, just not right now. We'll have better use for them later. But I decided, hey, let's deorbit our craft. Now, there was a slight issue. I didn't do it nearly deep enough, and it ran out of electric charge. So it basically just orbited the Earth a bunch. This is the last pass through that you just saw it fade to. This is it coming in, and it hit the ground. So basically, I wasted like 30 minutes of it trying to deorbit. It just didn't happen. We didn't recover it at all. But yeah, here we have ASTRA 8, I believe. And ASTRA 8 is going to Aurora Station. It has Billy Smith, Edith Petit, and Wilfred Schmidt on board. And basically, they're basically going to go up there and be the first Kerbals to be stationed at this station. Here's the first stage coming in for a landing burn. There it is. Slowing down. Or that's the reentry burn, I guess. But here it is coming in through the clouds, going about just over 100 meters per second, and boom, there it is, slowed down so it can reach the ground. Now, here we are getting our encounter. The encounter here was kind of a pain to get, but I mean, we have more than enough fuel to basically make the most of this encounter. As it is, polar orbits are hard to reach. Like, just polar orbits are hard, and I currently have 2 stations in polar orbits, and they have just been difficult, which is one of the reasons why in an upcoming episode I am launching a geostationary orbit like craft or station, because that's just going to be so much easier. It's just going to be so much easier than having to deal with all of this other stuff. Because, like, polar orbits are hard, and they're hard to get to from the ground, especially when you have an equatorial launch site. Yeah, it's just like a little awkward sometimes. But here we are coming in to the station with our brave little Kerbals on board, doing this polar orbit, which I wish I could make sun synchronous, because that's kind of how I launched it, but that's not really how it goes. But here's our docking camera. You can see our station off in the distance. It's not a particularly large station compared to our one currently growing around the Mun's polar orbit, but this one is doing quite well. So here we are, just rapidly approaching the small interior of this station. And we are coming in very closely. Let's just turn our angle. I don't know. We had to rotate our craft so that it looked better. That's literally the only reason why I did it. But here we are. We're coming in, and we are going to slow ourselves down just a little bit so that we're not coming in too fast and we hit the station. But here we go, and we are officially docked to the station. There's more than enough supplies on board to last us a couple days, so that we can get our life support system up here. But we're not doing that in this episode. But here I am just checking on the life support, what's going on with it. But yeah, here we are. The final mission of today. It is basically Hermes Minmus, which is also launching on a Phoenix 1, because it's cheaper just to launch on Phoenix 1s right now. Plus, it is just the major workhorse of our fleet right now. The Phoenix 1 is currently bringing the Hermes up into the upper atmosphere and very soon off into orbit with its second stage. Now, the reason why we have the Hermes is because the Hermes is the messenger of the gods, and well, we need to communicate with our many planned colonies and things like that. Now, we don't have any colonies yet, but we do need to communicate with probes, and now we do have some probes. We currently have a probe over Duna, which is getting electric charge, but we just can't communicate with it. So we need to build out our relay network so that we can communicate with the probe around Duna. And yeah, it's something that we need to do. We need to get communications up with Duna so that we can communicate with this probe so we can get more science. It's just what we need. But in the meantime, we do need to basically just get our encounter with Minmus, which I did this at this orbit at a slight inclination so that I could get basically any encounter with Minmus that I wanted to, just the soonest possible encounter. But man, inclination orbits are hard. You have to launch at a certain time of day and things like that. It was just kind of odd. Yeah, but here we are. We have an orbit. We have an encounter with Minmus, which we can get a good deceleration burn. Granted, we want a more polar orbit and very eccentric orbit, which is fine. But here we are basically going to perform our slight correction burn and then our future capture burn. So, as we're going to be getting our burn here, but we accidentally passed the node and I didn't realize it because I stepped away. But I didn't activate the engine yet, so we have to actually do another burn. Then I was having trouble setting up the thing. But here we are. So this will have a highly inclined orbit. So for most of the time, it will have direct connection to Kerbal, and we will be able to communicate for basically most of the day, most days, with this satellite, which if we put a couple of satellites in orbit around Minmus, they will all be able to communicate with each other for most of the day thanks to this satellite, which is perfect. And yeah, this is about all I have time for today. Thank you so much, and I will see you guys next time. Welcome back to KSP at ASTRA, and I have multiple fun missions for you today, but today we're doing a moon lander, which is going to be really cool. But first off, we're starting off with Aurora Station's life support, launching on a Phoenix 1, because of course it is. It is going into its very odd polar orbit, as polar orbits are very uncomfortable. But here we are, flying our reusable rocket up into space, and here we go. We are doing a slight little correction, and we're gonna burn just a little bit so that we can get into orbit. It is slightly heavy, and there we go. Second stage is burning away to get us into that nice, clean, crispy orbit. This orbit will take a little while because it is quite a heavy little payload that we have got going on up here. So we almost basically get to the point where we're starting to worry about re-entering by the time that we actually get this thing circularized. Yeah. Anyway, while this is going on, I have a little announcement. if I reach 1,000 subscribers by the end of the month, I'm going to release 3 full-length videos by the end of the month, like back to back to back, like right after each other. Just 3 of them, one each day, like one. It'll be every other day. It'll be Monday, Wednesday, Friday of the week that we hit, or the week after we hit, or whatever. And then I'll post an hour-long video the next week. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. Anyway, if we get monetized before the end of next year, or the end of this year, I am going to I'm going to release 7 hour-long videos the first week of January. Yep, you heard that right. That is exactly what I'm doing. Anyway, we're coming in for the encounter with our station. It's looking like we will overshoot it because we tend to always overshoot these things. And here we are. We just overshot it by a couple of kilometers, which is not terrible. And then we're going to point ourselves in the direction of it. So we come in a little closer. And then that's the end of that. For some reason, we lost the rest of that clip. I don't know why. But here we are. We have Hermes 1. It's finally entering its planned orbit. It's going to circularize, and it'll just be permanently in its own little altitude above Kerbal. Yeah. And here we are. The piece de resistance, the ultimate thing of this is the Circe lander. Now, the Circe lander is named after the goddess Circe, and yeah, it's because of the connection with the moon, of course. Anyway, this is going to be a heavy lander, and it is currently on its way to the Mun, and it's going to dock to the station, and that is where it'll be housed, and it will be used to get back and forth with Liberty Base, which will be awesome. So here we are. We are currently pointing directly towards the horizon, and we are, well, not really the horizon, but it's a horizon on an airplane. It's the horizon marker. But here we are. We're pointing in that direction. We are using up pretty much all of our fuel to get to that point. And we're going to use our second stage to get us in a nice circular orbit while our first stage attempts a re-landing. This is a very difficult re-landing. As you can see, it's already on fire very quickly. But here it is. It's coming in for the landing, and it should be golden. But while that's happening, we're making our maneuver to the Mun. And here we go for a landing, and that was officially our riskiest landing that we have successfully landed, which is awesome because that means less money. That's like 100,000. That's 100,000 credits or whatever that is. That just gets saved every single time we do that, which is so nice. But here we are. The second stage is shooting all the way out to the Mun, and we had to disconnect and fire the third stage a little bit, but that's fine. This thing has more than enough fuel. As you can see, it has like roughly like 3,000 meters per second of delta V, which is perfect. That can get us up and down like twice, which is more than enough. So here we are, just doing a small correction burn so that we can get right in there, right with a good encounter. And it will be a nice quick encounter, which is always better because like there's always issues with it not working properly, whatever. But here we are. Here is our capture burn slash our burn to make us basically perfectly in line with the ship. I'm starting to get really good at these these nodes, because I've encountered it perfectly like multiple times now, which is pretty cool. Hitting it at the correct time is still not perfect, but you know, it's only several kilometers away that it's very easy to fix for docking. Once you start getting like 10 to 20, that becomes a lot harder. But you know, if you're only like 7 away, that's fine. But here we are closing in on the station with our brand new lunar lander. It is currently not being piloted by anyone. Here it is coming in for docking. Now, this is where I noticed something not great. I thought I put the five-way RCS on this. It turns out I only put the 4-way, so it doesn't have any. Yeah, it basically can't shift over correctly. So I can only go side to side, not forward and backward, basically. Well, forward and backward, but like I can translate in the X direction and the Z direction, but I can't translate in the Y direction, which is kind of not fun. So here we are. We're lining up our docking. It won't be perfect. It never will until we fix the whole issue. But on the next launch, I think I'm going to include some RCS ports, and I should be able to attach them, like remove the current ones and attach the new ones to the side, which should allow us to have much better control. But here we are. This should be our final docking maneuver. As you can see, it's also a little bit unstable because the RCS isn't perfectly symmetrical from the center of mass, which is also an issue which we could easily fix. But here we are, finally approaching docking, and there we are. We have docked to the station, and because I'm not a patient person, we're gonna land it on the Mun. So because we need to do some repairs to Liberty Station, so we're gonna transfer some Kerbals into the we're going to transfer a pilot and an engineer, because we need a pilot and an engineer. We're going to transfer them in, and we are going to basically undock from the station, and we're going to go down and land at the Liberty Station. Now, we need to do some repairs, and we also need to connect up the power generation system that we put down there. So we have to send out an engineer. And here we go. Our encounter is all lined up, and we are basically going to decelerate and land our craft right there at basically the base that we'll be building out more in a couple of episodes. The next episode, we're going to be building out the Mun station a little bit better, or like the orbital Mun station a little bit more, which will be also pretty cool. But here we are, coming in for a landing. A perfect landing. Right. The best spot it could possibly be. The landing guidance worked perfectly. And there we go. We have landed. Now we're going to get a Kerbal out, and this will be the end of the episode. Thank you guys so much for joining, and I will see you all in the next video. And remember, subscribe, and there will be like, you know, there'll be 3 in 1 week at the end of this month if that works out right. But that's the end of the video, and I will see you guys next time. Hello and welcome back to KSP at ASTRA. Today we're launching a fuel depot. It's going to be one of these 2 launches that we're doing today that'll be launched from our space center. But we're going to start off first with the Circe lander, which is leaving the Mun. Yes. So, I didn't record any of the time that we were on the Mun. Oops. I've been doing this a lot recently. I do not mean to do it, but here we are. We have our very, very both helpful and slightly flawed lander. The reason why it's flawed is the RCS don't work properly because I forgot to put a 5th nozzle on the RCS, so it doesn't translate like I would need it to. Which kind of causes a problem, but it's not like a super serious problem. It just keeps us from docking as quick as we would want to. Also, I have to roll it a lot in order to dock it. But yep, now we are closing in on the station and we have to do the docking maneuvers like I just talked about. But I also wanted to mention we are running out of fuel for this craft. So we are going to need some sort of way to just fuel the rocket. And the way that we could do that is we could send up a tanker that'll come up and dock to the station and just fuel it, and then the tanker could go home. Or we could create a fuel depot at the station. Now, early on, it's going to be fairly simplistic. It's not going to create its own fuel or anything, but we will have some multiple very large tanks attached to the station, which will allow the craft to fuel up basically as much as it wants. And our future station that we'll be launching in the next episode, because I've already recorded it, the future station that we're going to build will be in like almost a geostationary orbit, and it will basically have a large fuel tug attached to it. Just had to transfer our crew out of there. But for right now, if you could like, share, maybe subscribe, maybe even leave a comment down below, I would really like that. It would help me out, and the likes kind of help you out too. If you like this type of content, it'll recommend more. But here we are sending up our first fuel tank of the day. It is going to dock to Metzley Station, and it will allow for us to refuel our lander, which is a good thing because our lander is low on fuel. We will also be launching at a later date a fuel depot for the Liberty Mun base, which should be pretty good. But here we are starting our circularization burn because it is a heavy payload. I used a little bit more than I should have on the fuel side. Unfortunately, it looks like I never unblocked that lower tank, so it just thinks that it's empty, and I thought it was empty, and yeah, it hit the water pretty hard. But our tanker is already on its way to the Mun with a pretty full fuel tank that will allow us to dock to the station. I did have to drain some of it so that we could, use the engine so that we could slow down, because if not, we wouldn't have been able to. It's just going to serve its main purpose, which is as a fuel tank, just earlier than I'd like to, but that was fine. So here we are coming in on the Mun. We are going to perform both our capture burn and our intercept burn, or like our basically, yeah, our intercept burn at the same time, because I'm just starting to get that good at launching to Mun orbit, which is pretty good. Yeah, So now we're only about 6.7 kilometers away. I had to burn in the direction of the station so that we could get in all nice and close. There's just a little lag spike as we enter the area, and we're going to detach our thing by draining the rest of the fuel out of it, except for in the lower portion, so it could still do its thing. Here we are. We are going to make our way and dock to the station. As you can see, there's the docking camera on the left, which I really like to use. And I just think that it's pretty cool. So here we are, slowly making our way over to the main station. This portion of the video is actually at like 20 times speed, specifically because of how fast I needed to do it, because it took forever to dock this thing to the station. It's quite heavy, and didn't really want to cooperate. I didn't even notice it was wiggling like this, like it's wobbling. I didn't notice that at all until I had sped up the footage. But here we are, and it is docked, and then we can quickly move the fuel to the lander. There we go. The lander's main fuel tank is full now, which is great for us. And I was just checking on the life support, and now we're at Hermes 2, which is somewhere in between Kerbal and Duna. It's in that interplanetary space up there. We just need to do its little circularization burn so that it can be forever in orbit of Kerbal, which will be great because it's a communication satellite that'll help us. And now we have ASTRA 8 launching on a Phoenix 2. It is our new reusable rocket, which I think has some legs up on the previous Phoenix 1. Most notably, it has more fuel and it can launch more. Currently on board are Renee Meyer, Rachel Leroy, and Natalia Istomina, but it's spelled weird. Yeah, Natalia is spelled really weird, but that's fine. Yeah, so here we are. We're currently circularizing while our upper stage is re-entering the atmosphere. It is coming in really hot, but that is all right. There we go. Here is our craft, just slowly coming in. And it will land itself right there in the ocean. And here we are, back at our craft. We are currently about to send this craft all the way out to the Mun, dock to the thing, and we are going to basically restock the station with Kerbals. There's also a bunch of items on board, such as RCS, to fix the whole RCS issue with the other rocket, which will be very much required. The other rocket, or not the rocket, but the Circe lander needs that other RCS. I'm tired of doing that, so yeah, we can just attach the RCS to the side and everything will be all okay. Here we are. We are about to plan our circularization burn, but I accidentally went the wrong way about it. I went underneath when I actually should have gone over the top, and you will see me correct that in a moment. So I'm going to burn the wrong way and then waste a little bit of fuel, and then I will burn the correct way and waste less fuel. Or, well, yeah, it'll be wasting less fuel in the long run, and I'll get an encounter pretty much immediately. I mean, look at that. That encounter is pretty much perfect. It's like 1.7 kilometers off, which is absolutely perfect for what we need. Keeps us safely outside of the distance where we would hit the craft if anything went wrong, which is not something you want, not even in the slightest. But here we are, finally making our way to the Mun, and we will be reaching our encounter point very soon. I wanted to make our maneuver node. That'll basically get us the encounter and circularize, aka capture, around the Mun. Here we are coming in real quick. And we're going to slow down after the lag spike of the station hits us. Yeah, it's a pretty long lag spike. But there we go. Now we are within the area that we need. And I was trying to just think of which one I needed to decouple, and I decoupled the wrong one. Yeah. That was a mistake. So yeah, these Kerbals have like no way of getting home, but that's okay, because technically they have the Circe lander, and if anything bad were to happen, they could go down to Liberty Station. Yeah, yeah. And then we would be able to send a rescue mission in plenty of time, but there's nothing that's going to happen to these Kerbals. They are going to be okay, but they will need a little attachment to send them back home, which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to send them an attachment that they can dock to, and then they can go back home attached to it, and then they can unattach from it when they're going to re-enter the atmosphere. And they can land just like any other capsule. It won't be really any issue at all. I wish things like this could work in real life, but they don't. It'd be pretty cool if it did. So here we are. We're going to be docking to the the fuel tank, which we will not need any fuel from because we don't have anything to fuel the rocket with. But here we are, slowly coming in. Just could not be any slower, but that's fine. And there's a dog at the door wanting to be let in, but I have like 30 seconds left. Yeah. Anyways, if you like this video, please make sure to subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next video. And remember, if I get to 1,000 subscribers by the end of October, I will release 3 full-length videos. Goodbye! Hello and welcome back to KSP at ASTRA. Today we have the Duna mission. Yeah, today we're actually sending Kerbals to Duna. Granted, you won't see the end of it, but yeah, we're starting out with Tanker 2. And Tanker 2 is going to be on its way to the space station, but because you've already seen 2 of the other Tanker missions in the last episode, or just another one of them, and you'll see several more, I just decided to do it really quickly and just kind of get it over with as quickly as possible in this episode so we can get on to other things, aka sending it to Duna. Now, the tankers are a little bit wobbly. I did talk about that. They're not exactly the most stable thing, especially when you speed up the video, but you know, it docked quite nicely. Now, if you like content like this, it would be really nice to have you, put a like on it, subscribe, do really anything. It would really nice if you commented. But yeah. Anyway, we're here with the Calypso. It is currently docked to Odin Station, and we are going to undock it. Now, we actually do need to do a quick little fuel run out there now that we have a full tanker full of fuel. It now is completely filled and has more than enough Delta V to basically go out there, offload all of the fuel, and then come back. So we're going to do exactly that. We're putting all 3 Kerbals on board because why not? None of the Kerbals would, if we left any, none of them would have a way to get back home if anything were to happen. So we're putting them on the spaceship, which should be good enough for going around anywhere. After all, it is a spaceship. So, what's going on here. It is a very slow craft, just like we discussed in the prior episode. It is actually so slow because its thrust to weight ratio is 0.1. It has a 1% like of its it produces enough thrust that it only produces 1% of its mass. Like it can only move 1% of its mass. If that makes any sense. It probably doesn't. But its thrust to weight ratio is just literally just 0.1, which makes it super slow, and all of the burns take forever. We will send up more Calypso class rockets in the near future, and yeah, they will all be just as slow. So here we go. We have Tanker 2. We are going to undock Tanker 2 and send it back home. And yeah, it's easy just to send these back home with their little monopropellant engines. They're relatively easy to maneuver when you don't have to dock them. And, you know, their thrust to weight ratio is kind of high. Like, they actually don't have an issue moving around, and they're quite light once they're empty. But yeah, so it's going to go through the atmosphere very, very warmly. It burned off a couple of solar panels, and as you can see, we kept that lower stage. I'm using it as a heat shield because last time we kind of burnt off the bottom of the rocket. So I thought, hey, let's use an engine as a heat shield, and then we'll use our actual heat shield as a heat shield, and then it won't have any sort of issue. And it seemed to have worked. And here I am, just I flipped it, just, you know, a little cheeky flip. A couple of them just to kind of help slow it down and disperse some of the heat that is being applied to the craft. And here we are coming in, unfortunately, in a weird state, upside down basically, and for some reason it produces a lot of lift, and I don't really think it should, but for some reason it does, and it did. Yeah. But now we are back to the Calypso, and the Calypso is going to be, well, it's currently on its way to the Mun. And here we are about to make our capture burn, which will allow us to begin orbiting the Mun. Now, the capture burn takes a little bit, but it's not too terribly expensive. I mean, as of right now, we've currently used half of our fuel, which is quite a bit of fuel if you are, you know, flying a rocket. But this should be the easiest. This is the easiest portion of the entire thing. But it did take forever because we did have to basically we had to do a lot. Docking with this craft is very slow, and because, well, it's massive. It is quite literally the largest thing I've ever put into lunar orbit. Well, I guess the station is probably larger now, but it is quite literally the largest single craft, just one solid unit that I've put into space and into orbit, and it feels that way. It is very slow all the time. All right. So here we are. I'm fine-tuning our encounter so that we can actually get really close to the rocket so that we can basically just like dock as soon as possible, have the just the closest possible thing so that our docking maneuver doesn't take too long. And I even decided to use the monopropellant engines on the front of the capsule to help with, because they do have a slightly higher thrust to weight ratio, but they are very, very, very inefficient. So like they can help just a little bit. But here we are. We are actually finally closing in, and we're going to be docking. So here we are, closing in on the place that we need to go, and you can kind of see just how slow the monopropellant is. This is at 15 times speed, by the way. Just so you want to know, this is at 15 times speed, and it is excruciatingly slow. And we actually ended up passing the thing, and I couldn't bring it back in time. And so here we are, very slowly coming in. We are actually coming in at a slight angle, which made me a little bit worried because there is a capsule right there that is, you know, kind of blocking the way. But here we are, just going to dock to the fuel tank because that is, after all, what we are refueling. And so we're going to dock up to this station. And yeah, everything ended up being fine. We ended up transferring all the fuel, and we are now on our way back with with a significantly lighter load. Now all of the fuel that is left is the fuel that are in those side tanks. Those center tanks are now completely empty, which does change the thrust to weight ratio a decent amount. It just changes everything. This craft is much more snappy when it's a little bit lighter, especially docking and undocking and things like that. And I actually believe that this is now the lightest this craft has ever been. It quite literally could not be lighter than it is right now. So, this is when I started to think, well, that should be enough fuel for several missions to the surface. Each one of those missions to the surface takes a year. Like, they go down there, and they're down there for a year. So, we could potentially use this spacecraft for something else. I mean, it does have life support. When it's fully fueled, it has roughly 3,000 or like 3,500 meters per second of fuel. What's to say we don't put a lander on the other end? I mean, why would you need a lander? Or why wouldn't you, like, why would you need it between now and then? I'm not going to any other planets, or I'm not refueling any other stations. It seemed like a no-brainer to me. Like, this seemed about as reasonable as possible. So I was like, yeah, let's just go to Duna. Let's send the 3 Kerbals that are currently on board. Let's send them to Duna. We're going to send them all the way to Duna. And we are going to basically just send them on their merry way. They're going to go to Duna. They're going to land on Duna. They're going to do some Duna science. And then they will be on their way back, having a merry old time. And I thought, yeah, that's probably a good idea. This is exactly what I will do. And now that's what we're doing. So, here we are. We're coming in to dock with the station. As I said, it is much easier to dock this craft when it is much larger and can actually, you know, move around. So that is what we're going to do. We lined it up almost perfectly. We do need to adjust it just a little bit so that we can line it up just right so we can dock. And then we will send 2 more tankers, as you will see in the next couple of minutes. But here's the docking. The docking is pretty simple. And as you can see in the last container we sent up a little life support module up on there so that it has life support. But yeah, here's Tanker 3. Tanker 3 just went straight to the station. It was basically the exact same thing. It just went up there, it docked with the station, and refueled the giant Calypso. And here it is. It docked, and unfortunately, the Tanker 3 ended up burning up on re-entry. But you know, the first stage and the second stage of the Phoenix launcher actually ended up just surviving. But here is the lander. This is the Ares lander. I named it the Ares lander because, you know, like Mars, Ares, they're basically the same. Just thought kind of fun. So yeah, it's going to dock to the Odin station first because we still need to refuel the Calypso. So it's just going to be docked to the other docking port as we continue to fuel everything up, which, you know, isn't really an issue. As you can see, there is actually a heat shield and a fairing on it. It's been a minute since I've tried to land on Duna, and I was like, yeah, I might as well just be safe. This is being done relatively low tech for the time, so might be smart to just have a surplus of lander. And here's the first stage coming in to be recovered. We're really starting to get these recoveries down, and it's making me particularly excited for future launch vehicles and future tanks that we will get with the science from our Duna mission, because I am on top of that lander. I did include a science lab. There is a science lab on top of the lander, and it is a very small one. It's not going to be particularly great, but it will net us a bunch of extra science, which will allow us to unlock a bunch of things on our tech tree. It'll allow us to go to Joule and things like that. We'll finally have communications dishes that'll reach out to Joule, which will be nice because that mission earlier where I tried to send it to Joule and it just did not connect, which was quite unfortunate, as well as it will send us extra money. It'll give us extra money. We are almost out of money, by the way. Yeah, no, I'm hedging a lot of money on this Duna mission. This mission and the Calypso, just in general, were incredibly expensive, and we've run out of pretty much all of our contract and science money, which is unfortunate. But you know, it's how the cookie crumbles. Our reputation's really good, so I can use the reputation to basically make a bunch of money back, or just get a bunch of money if I'm really pressed. But I don't think it'll be an issue. As you can see, I also included a dish and and like a short range communication thing, because once we get to Duna, we will actually have a satellite in Duna orbit that we will finally be able to communicate with, which has science on board, and it can finally send that science on home, as well as stay connected, because there is a solar panel and large batteries on board the little science lab. I was thinking about, once we leave Duna, we might as well just ditch it there and leave it as basically a recon thing. It also double as like a tiny little space station around Duna that other things could dock to in the future, maybe, who knows. But I thought it would be fun. So yeah, here we come in for the docking maneuver, where we're going to dock to the Calypso, to Odin. We're gonna dock to Odin. And yeah, I just did a little bit of time warp there so we can get in a little bit quicker. Yeah, I really like how this mission is shaping up. Everything is going exactly to plan, which I particularly like. Yeah, here we are, closing in on the station. And as we get a little bit closer, we will dock and send up Tanker 4, which will be our next little mission. Yep, here's Tanker 4, also on a Phoenix 2. Tanker 4, we recovered the first and second stage, and the upper tanker is actually still docked to Odin Station. I never undocked it. And I'm just thinking about keeping it there for a while. I did miss it a little bit. I changed out the top so we could actually add solar panels to the lander, because I accidentally forgot to put solar panels on the lander, which was kind of unfortunate, but you know, whatever. And yeah, here we are backing up the Calypso so that we can finally dock the Ares lander and its science module to the Calypso. And we will finally be on our way to Duna. It has taken a while, mostly because I could send a direct flight to Duna, but I want to send more realistic craft to Duna, if you know what I mean. Like, in order to go to Duna, you're going to need a much larger craft. I can't send Kerbals inside of a little tiny capsule all the way there. Because, like, of course, I could send Kerbals in a little tiny capsule all the way there, but it just doesn't feel right. I feel kind of bad for doing that. Not like bad, but you know what I mean. If it doesn't feel real enough. But yeah, I actually forgot to include the actual burn to Duna. For some reason, I didn't record it, which is unfortunate, but you saw a little tiny burn, and you can see me getting the encounter, and the fact that it is roughly 70 days away, which is kind of crazy. It's not that long till we actually end up at Duna, which is kind of crazy to me. Yeah, here I am checking the thing, and I realized that at Liberty Landing, I forgot to turn on the life support when I landed the life support lander there, which is actually in the next episode. But I wanted to keep this one short, so you didn't end up seeing that. But yeah, I accidentally expired 2 Kerbals, which is unfortunate. Yeah, and on that devastating news, that'll be the end of this episode, and I will be gone for the rest of the week. So this is going to be my post for today. This is why it's on a Wednesday. Yeah. All right, peace out, goodbye, and have a good week and weekend. Welcome back to KSP at ASTRA. Today we're doing a Duna landing, and we're not going to start off with that because we're back with Mealy 1. It is in Duna orbit, and it has been since we lost communications with it. But guess what? Because we're closer to Kerbin now, we can communicate with it even without having to create the whole Hermes network like we were. I mean, that's pretty good. That's all right. But it is a good time for us to start sending a whole bunch of science back, which we've just held on to for absolute ages now, which is, you know, it's pretty good. It's positive. But here we are, now back at the Calypso. Now the Calypso is about to enter into a the Calypso is currently performing its capture burn. It's gonna take a long time, so I just decided to start researching a bunch of stuff because I'd be, you know, producing a good amount of energy, electric charge from, you know, capture burning around Duna into the orbit that we will basically plan on keeping for the foreseeable future. Well, I haven't gone much further than this in my playthrough, so yeah, it's gonna be here for a while. Anyway, I'm going to lower the orbit, and it will be basically not super high in the orbit of Duna, but it's not going to be super low either, if you know what I mean. Like, it's It's gonna be just about right. It's going to be low enough for us to, you know, get things done, be able to rendezvous with the lander in low Duna orbit, or could you consider this a medium Duna orbit? I mean, it is kind of high up there. I don't really know. But yeah, right now I'm actually plotting out how I'm going to land the lander, how much delta V I need, because actually on the spaceship itself, I need about as much delta V as I can get. So I need to load as much on board as possible. And considering that, you know, it won't take a whole lot to get down there, I can actually take fuel away from the transfer stage that will allow us to land on Duna. Now, here I'm going to perform the, you know, good old deorbit burn. Now, this will allow us to hit the atmosphere with our little heat shield, and it will basically, you know, slow us down enough for us to not really get that many like thermal effects or anything along that lines, and it will help us not die. So here we are. We are quickly descending. Now, I was actually live streaming this to my friends over Discord, and it was really laggy. It was really bad. I was probably getting maybe... well, it would have pretty bad hitches occasionally and things like that. It wasn't great. It wasn't a great experience, and you'll see what a lag spike caused in just a moment. So here we are, we're slowly descending, and as the Parallax shaders, or not shaders, I guess they're shaders or whatever they are, as they started loading in things, I started to get more and more and more lag, and it actually ended up causing a little incident right here. So now here I am slowing down so that we can softly touch down on the surface, and yeah, I fell over. Now, what I'm about to do, it's kind of shameful, but I had just gotten done with roughly 15 hours of actually going through the craft like edits of the game to basically say that, hey, these Kerbals do have life support. Why are they dying? They shouldn't be dying. And yeah, so I got really fed up, and yeah, I cheated the gravity. Yeah. Not super proud of it, but like, I wanted to be very transparent about it. Yeah, I cheated in the gravity. I rotated the craft, and yeah, I had him reboard the craft, perform all of the experiments that we needed to perform, and then we will be getting right back into orbit. There we go. I did a little experiment there, and now I've got out our scientist, and Craig is going to just kind of do some stuff and get back on board. And we will be very quickly back onto the space station, because we don't really have a whole lot of life support. This craft can really only house our Kerbals for a couple of days, which is not great, considering, you know, we want our Kerbals to live, and the whole reason why I cheated was so that they wouldn't die on the surface in 3 days. Now, that's probably an issue, and oh yeah, I almost blew up the engine, which wouldn't have been good. But yeah, I just saw if maybe I could, yeah, just kind of go around. So now here we are exiting the Duna atmosphere. All the Kerbals on Kerbin are probably going crazy, being like, "Oh my God, we landed on Duna!" Blah 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 blah. Yeah, they're probably super excited. So here we have we're going to be trying to get a good little encounter, or at least we're going to try and get our orbital insertion burn done real quick. And then we will be off to the races in low Duna orbit. So yeah, gotta get that encounter. We gotta get it just right because we want to use the lowest amount of fuel possible, because we're gonna want to transfer our fuel to the craft, to the main craft. There's a little burn, as you can see, the little blue, the blue sunset or sunrise of Duna rise, I guess it's called. And yeah, here we are coming back to the ship. They were only here a day ago, and now they are ready to dock back to the ship and complete at least one of the main objectives of their mission. And then they're going to load all of the science they could possibly get onto the ship, so that we never have to send out a ship like this ever again. The Calypso, or Calypso class ship, because I send another one into space soon. These types of ships, they're done. They're not gonna be leaving low, or they're not gonna be leaving Kerbal orbit for at least for a while. I mean, I could think of reasons. I mean, once, like, I guess maybe the infrastructure is a little bit bigger, like these can dock to stations in like low Duna orbit or things like that, and see how they can become much more useful. But right now they're just not. Anyways, now we are loading quite literally all the fuel possible, including all of the monopropellant, onto the Avalon, or not the Avalon, the Calypso. Oops. They're literally, I'm loading everything onto the Calypso. Nothing will be left on the little lander. And there we go. Just empty it out. And boom. Now everything is ready to basically go back to Duna. Except we need to get a lot of the science off of the initial craft right here, the lander, and that lander is just going to be stuck in Duna orbit. We're just leaving it there. It's dead weight now. We're not landing on Duna anymore. It's done. It was a one and done mission. Now, it's not saying that we're not gonna have more missions to Duna. That was actually one of the biggest issues of my last series. We only went to Duna once, and that wasn't great. Yeah, but we're definitely gonna have more missions to Duna. I mean, we're only like 10 episodes in. We're 14 episodes in. This is episode 14, so we're of course going to have more missions to everywhere. One of the main things that was holding me back in the previous series is was just some of the what's it called? Oh yeah, I was trying to see right here how close I could get it. But yeah, that's it for today. We're pretty much done. I had to ditch him out. That's kind of funny. And then I had to get him to collect all the science. Anyway, yeah, it was a good one today. I'm sorry I seemed tired. I am. I just accidentally biked 25 miles. So yeah, if you heard that, please leave a comment. Say something about 25. Make fun of me. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, goodbye. Hello and welcome back to KSP at ASTRA. Today we're launching a Joule probe, and actually we're not launching it. I think we launched it last episode, but I don't remember because it was so long ago. Anyway, we're starting out with the Nova Voyager 1, and is it the Nova Voyager? I don't know. It is basically a space plane that I'm going to start doing tourism missions in because, I don't know, why not? It's tourism. But yeah, here it is. It's based on the Hermes, which is a ESA plan that never ended up happening. Anyway, it's a pretty cool little space plane. But I decided, hey, why not go in a polar orbit? And so that's what I did. And there it is, going in a polar orbit, carrying its little tourist on board. And I decided to go kind of upside down, just like how the space shuttle did, because I don't know, vibes. And here it goes. It is basically about to circularize around the planet Kerbin. And here we go. It's circularizing now, and we will get our little tiny completion bonus for doing all of that. And there we go. There is our craft in low Kerbin orbit, and that's about as far as it can go on this one. I wanted to see if I could get a rendezvous with the space station, but it wasn't really worth it. So I opened everything up and I spun us around so we could get some sunlight. And there we go. We will orbit the planet, and after a little while in orbit, so we can get the contract done, I decided let's deorbit this thing and return down to the surface. Now, I didn't do it at exactly the right time. If I had stayed up just for a little while longer, I would have been able to deorbit it over the KSC and would have been able to land at the KSC. But I didn't want to do that. I wanted to just have a fun little time with it, and I didn't really want to wait any longer. So here we are, coming in real quick. We did just pass the KSC, I believe. But here we go. We are deorbiting. We're going in really, really, really hot, but that's okay because this craft can tolerate the heat pretty well. And here we are, pitching up through the atmosphere, going really, 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 really fast. And now we are going to glide down to the surface. Now, I don't really want to land on something that's not flat. So I see those little lakes over there to the right. And I was like, oh, I can land at those. No issue. But also this craft kind of falls out of the sky like a brick. So it doesn't really glide that well. And I had to turn on the engine just to kind of get over to the lakes. But it's not really an issue. I'm going to land in that big old lake over there. And we're going to fly over a little city looking thing. Even though it's not actually a city. It's just a thing to make it look like there's a city there. And we're going to fly over it, and we're going to land in the lake, just narrowly avoiding the city. Just kind of like that one movie where the space shuttle lands in just past the Dodgers field or whatever. I don't know what the movie is, but I saw a clip the other day. But here we are. I had to speed up just so we could be safe on landing, and there we go. Now we have Hermes L5, which is going to be in the L5 Lagrange point around the Mun. And yeah, I'm launching it from the old KSC, which I found out I can do. And so I did that. It's launching from the old KSC, the OG KSC. And it's at a fun little, inclination. So I just thought it would be fun to do. Why not? So we're basically going to put it in the Mun's L5 Lagrange point, where it will basically give permanent cell coverage, not cell coverage. It'll give permanent data coverage, I guess, or whatever it's called. I don't know why I can't think of it right now. It'll give permanent coverage over one side of the Mun, and it will allow us to do anything on that side of the Mun. Now here I'm trying to enter with the first stage right at the KSC. I don't remember how well this worked, and I don't think it worked very well. And I think, yeah, it's gonna lose a couple engines, but it's fine. So I've been gone for a little bit. That's what happens when you have finals and then multiple other things kind of crop up all at once. So yeah, that's what happened. That's why I've been missing for a moment, but everything is good now, and I should be able to basically make a unending stream of videos for the next little bit, for a little while. There you go. Now we've landed on the surface, and boom. All right, so here's the upper stage, which will be going out to the L5 Lagrange point. It is a pretty hefty little satellite up there, which is fine. It can basically do all of the types of coverage that we need, and it'll do everything we need it to do, basically, which is just to communicate with this stuff on the Mun. So anyway, I thought it was a circularization around the Mun, but then I looked at it, I'm like, where is that? Oh, is that not the Hermes L5? Oh, interesting. I don't know what's going on here, but it doesn't really matter. We'll see where this one goes, because I recorded this so long ago. Maybe this is the Hermes L5, because I don't know what that last one was. Huh. Anyway, here we are, currently blasting off super quickly into orbit. Yeah, this is the Hermes L5. This is it. This is the hefty little satellite that could. And here it is, basically going into orbit. Doing its little circularization burn, and there we go. It is officially in orbit, and now it is going to fly out to the Mun's L5 Lagrange point, which is just kind of following the Mun around the Mun, or around Kerbin. You can see it as that little square over there on the right, and we should reach the L5 Lagrange point when we are in the Mun's orbit, or at least be very close to it, and then we will do all the stuff we need to do to actually get to the Lagrange point, because it is very difficult to get to, and I didn't realize that there is an easier way to do it. You can mark it as a target, but I did not know that at the time. But here I am, bringing it into orbit, and there we go, or in the very high, basically Mun orbit. I'm basically in an L5 Lagrange point right now, but I wanted to be in the exact one that is in the specifics of the contract, and that'll make us a lot of money. It was a pretty hefty contract, and I need these contracts done because I want to start putting bases, like actual bases, on planets, and those require a lot of money. And remember, our Duna mission is still out at Duna, and it's not really making any money until it comes back. So yeah, we're waiting for a little while until those guys come back, and then we'll get a lot of money. And then we'll probably send up a better ship to do the Duna missions with. But I think I want to start a manufacturing plant. I think I'm going to start it around Minmus, and so I'm going to start launching a lot more Minmus missions in the coming days, or in the coming months. So yeah, here we are, just trying to figure out how to get onto the L5 Lagrange point, which is fine. It's kind of difficult, yeah, and I don't really have anything else to talk about. What else do I want to talk about? A lot of stuff, a lot of cool space stuff has happened recently. Like Jared Isaacman being probably going to be the NASA, like the head of NASA. That'll be pretty cool. We saw glimpses of the inside of the first module of Gateway. That was pretty cool. There was probably other stuff. I'm blanking on all of it right now. Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry about not having an episode for a little while, but we're gonna get right back into it. I do not have any more finals, so that's pretty good. I don't have any more. Yeah. All of the classes I have left do not have finals. They have projects that are due, but none of them have finals, which is awesome. Because I don't like finals. I like projects. I like projects a lot more than I like finals, which is a lot. So, anyway, here we are. We're going to close in on the little node right here, and we are going to get as close as possible. And by as close as possible, I mean 0 meters away from the L5 Lagrange point. I wanted to be perfectly at it so that we are never leaving it. So we are going to zero in on the location, and then I'm going to just get closer and closer and closer until the little thing no longer shows up. There we go. It's gone. We are perfectly at the L5 Lagrange point, and that puts us perfectly at the end of this episode. Goodbye. Welcome back to KSP at ASTRA. Today we're getting some boots on Minmus, and we're also having some incredible launches today, and I can't wait for you guys to see it. But first I have to ask you to, hit a like, hit a share, maybe even hit subscribe. I'll even take a dislike, to be completely honest, and I would love to hear some comments from you for the sake of engagement. But we have to get things started with ASTRA 9. It's being launched on a Phoenix 2, and its destination is Aurora Station, which is currently in a polar orbit. Now, for some reason, I accidentally entered in the wrong direction when I was doing the altitude distance, so we ended up getting a pretty vertical launch, which ended up wasting a lot of delta V for us. But that's fine. This thing is more than enough basically range when it comes to delta V, and I even had to dodge the little the cap right there. But as you can see on the right side, we have our booster landing in the ocean, perfectly safe and sound. But first, I do have to say, look at how good Black Rack's clouds are. Yes, I finally have volumetric clouds. You may have been able to see them in the last video. I'm not entirely certain, but my god, do they look spectacular. Alright, well, here's our first stage, getting ready for its approach with Aurora Station, and there's just going to be some fantastic visuals coming up. I mean, just insane. I absolutely love the state of visual mods in KSP. I mean, look at that. That is like actually beautiful. Like, thank God for Black Rack. He's really making this game a beautiful game. Now, here we are coming in close on the station. Now, this isn't going to be a particularly big thing. We're just stocking the station, making sure it is kept up to date, have Kerbals on board. This is actually fulfilling a contract right now, which we need for lots of money. And, that money is good because it helps us launch even more ambitious missions like our Duna mission. And one of our more impressive missions in the next episode, thankfully. Well, it's not particularly impressive. It's just a probe to Eve, but we're not focusing on that today. Today we're focusing on the fact that we are currently on our way about to dock with Aurora Station. Now, my main purpose for Aurora Station is so that it's constantly covering basically any part of the planet at any time, and that it can be launched in a pretty much things can be launched to it only at specific times. And I don't really know why I did that, but I thought it would be pretty cool to have a station in a polar orbit. That's pretty much it. I just wanted a polar orbit station, and I think it's cool to have one. Now, here we are coming in pretty close. We're still about 1,000 meters out, and we're just going to be very quickly just speeding up the time warp here. And this is when I start to remember that, hey, we just had Christmas. Merry Christmas to everyone who celebrates Christmas. And on recording, today is the first day of Hanukkah and the first day of Kwanzaa. Is it a first day of Kwanzaa, or is there just one day of Kwanzaa? Because I know it has like a candle stick, kind of like a menorah, but there's like 12 candles. I'm not entirely certain. I'm not very knowledgeable on Kwanzaa. But today is the first day of Hanukkah, so happy Hanukkah and happy Kwanzaa. I hope everything's going well, and a lot of people will probably be seeing this after the new year. So, happy new year. Alright, now here we are. We're coming in close to dock with the station. As you can see, our little extra supply module over there on the side does need to be restocked soon. So we need to be sending that back in a coming episode and sending a new one out. And I think that is a good mission for next episode. And here we go. That is a perfect docking procedure. And we just got to make sure that we have warning set up so that we know when to bring them down. Because that is important, or they'll get a little stir crazy up there, and they will cause issues, like accidentally venting all of the air inside of the station, which is a thing that can happen. Alright, well, that's pretty much it for this mission, but what's really cool is what we're going to be doing in the next mission. Now, nothing's going to get done with the next mission, but I mean, it's not an unimpressive mission. It's just that, like, there's nothing to do about it right now, and actually we'll be doing something about it in the next couple of days. So here we are. Jupiter 1 is currently in interplanetary space. Now, this is why it's not particularly cool, like nothing's really happening, and it's because well, yeah, we're just doing a correction burn, but that's fine because, well, it's in service of what we need to do. And it's a cool looking craft. I think I really cooked with this one. I just like the fact that it has such an imposing presence for a probe, and the fact that it has such high delta V, so it really allow us to, you know, circle all of those moons. And look at that. Now I'm plotting my my next maneuver, which will be in a few Kerbal days. Now, I have noticed something in the past couple of days. My time is messed up, so it actually views time way differently. It views it in 365, like 24-hour time, but that's not how Kerbals view time. They view it in like 4.5-hour days. But yeah, here's ASTRA 11 flying on a Phoenix 2. And I also found out that I've been misspelling Phoenix in a lot of these recent episodes. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But anyway, this mission is actually ferrying a tourist on board. Now, this tourist needs to go to Odin Station and needs to be there for 4 hours. And we also have a contract to have one of our other Kerbals be on Odin Station, one of our normal Kerbals, just to dock with Odin Station. So that is pretty good. That gets us a lot of science, and we can just stop by Odin Station, make sure everything's going on. We don't exactly have Kerbals to spare at the moment because, you know, a lot of our Kerbals are still in orbit of Duna. So, you know, yeah, we can't really do much. But here is our upper stage returning, or not our upper stage, our lower stage returning from orbit, or from its orbital suborbital trajectory, and being recovered, making sure we do not lose those funds. Now here's our second stage. It is basically primed and ready to go straight out into the medium orbits of Kerbin. And yep, there we go. We're going to extend our little maneuver node there until we get a pretty close encounter of almost about 2 kilometers. And so here we go. We're going to fast forward our time warp till we get to the perfect time to launch it. And then we are going to shoot out in that direction with our nice, perfectly beautiful blue engine plumes. All right, there we go. We are off on our way to Duna Station. Or not Duna, I keep saying Duna, to Odin Station. Now, we're basically just going to shoot out there. We're going to encounter the station, and we're going to basically, relative to the space station, arrest our momentum. But it's not, we're actually building speed, but it's fine. But now we are getting closer to the station, and then we're going to turn around and actually slow ourselves down. And once we do so, we should probably disconnect our lower stage here. There we go. We're coming in close. You can see it in the corner. I have to launch that off, the little thing that helps us be more aerodynamic. And there we go. Our upper stage is ready to dock with the station. Now, here we go. Going over and down, and get out the docking camera so we can see what the Kerbals are seeing. And there we go. There is our docking port that we must hit. And we will move in the direction of the docking port very soon. And there we go. We have docked. All right, so our Kerbals are there, and now we have to fast forward about 4 hours. Now, this is 4 very messed up hours. Well, actually, no, it's just normal 4 hours. But we're going to basically give our tourist Kerbal his 4 hours to basically do whatever he needs to do. And I'd like to just think that he's doing a very specific type of research, or he's like Yusaka Maezawa and just going there for some reason to do backflips, I think, on this space station. And then we're gonna go home. And we actually rocket off into the distance fairly quickly, and we are getting our distance down to the surface about as low, or about, we're getting a deorbit about as soon as possible. We disconnected our lower stage right there. Honestly, we could have waited, but I wanted to do it. And we are currently stuck. And there we go. We are going to hit the surface, not the surface, the atmosphere very soon. There we are. We are currently burning through it. There's our lower stage shooting past us, getting very hot and probably just disintegrating. But here we are, our heat shield absolutely protecting us as we go through the atmosphere. Now we popped our chutes, and we are going to descend into the ground through the clouds and outside of a city. Yeah. All right. But that is it for this mission, and that means we can use these Kerbals for a very important coming mission. The mission that will finally get us boots on Minmus. Here we go with Khonshu 2 on a Phoenix 2. Now, it is named after Khonshu, the Egyptian god of the moon, most famously in the show Moon Knight. Yeah. I explained it better in the last one, but yeah, Moon Knight. Moon Knight's a good show. Watch it. But anyway, here we are, currently zipping up into the upper atmosphere, just absolutely rocketing out of the atmosphere on an actual rocket. That would make sense. But here we go. We are going to do our gravity turn, and we are going to stage, and we are going to basically get ourselves in an orbit, just like how we have been this entire episode. And this will give me some time to explain our design as our upper stage descends through the atmosphere and next to multiple thunderstorms. So basically our command capsule is up at the top of the lander, and then we have a hitchhiker, like a hitchhiker container or whatever it's called, and that'll allow us to basically house multiple Kerbals inside of it and kind of keep our space up high rather than like a low interior volume, and that'll keep our Kerbals happy. And I just thought that this view right here is beautiful. Look at that. And our rocket lands safely in the water. But yeah. So I also included 6 legs just because I didn't want too much rocking on the surface of Minmus if we went out there. And then I also included a fair bit of life support stuff. Now, it doesn't have a life support system. It just has supplies for the, just to keep them alive. And that's because we're basically just going straight to Minmus and then we're coming straight back. Now, if we were doing a more long-term mission to Minmus, I would actually rethink having that few supplies on board. Now, here we are basically getting ready to fly all the way out to Minmus and basically encounter the moon, or the moon Minmus, and deorbit. There we go. I did not bring any specific experiments on board. I didn't really think about it, to be completely honest. I accidentally goofed there, but I mean, it kind of fits. It kind of fits that we're just doing this specific mission to get boots on ground. And actually, in the future, this helped us unlock a specific tech node so we can find where the fuel is on Minmus. And once we know where the fuel is on Minmus, we'll be able to start mining the fuel there on Minmus. And that'll give us a permanent outpost on Minmus that actually does something. And it'll be the first permanent outpost that actually does something in our entire solar system. Like, I know the Mun one is a permanent outpost, but it's kind of a joke right now. It needs a bit. I think we'll find some materials where it is. We just need to figure out what's going on. So here we are. We're getting out Billy Smith. Billy Smith is going to plant our flag and complete our contract for planting a flag on Minmus. And look at him go. Boots on Minmus for the first time. And there we go. He has written his thing, dedicated it, and flown around. He did the little experiments, and now we will do basically just store all of the experiments inside of the command module, and then we'll move our scientist out. I believe Edith. I think that's Edith. We're basically going to move our scientist out, do the job that scientist needs to do, and then we're going to lift off from the surface and we're going to go back home. It was a very short trip, but life supplies are kind of low, and that did net us like a bunch of science that we kind of needed, but not a whole lot. It just kind of helped. So here we are. We're going to go back home, and that will be our first trip to Minmus for the time being. Or our first boots on ground trip to Minmus for the time being. And then in the next episode, I think we'll be sending out a survey satellite to actually see where stuff is on Minmus. And then we can actually do some more cool missions on Minmus. Yeah. All right, but there we go. Deorbiting, and we are going to basically go as fast as we can to get back home to Kerbin and keep our Kerbals as safe as possible. But not really, because this is Kerbal Space Program. They're gonna get very toasty. All right, so Khonshu 2 is basically just hurtling back towards the surface, and we will be ending this mission very shortly. And yeah, very shortly. This did get me a little bit worried because of just how hot the hitchhiker module got. So I made sure to move them out of the hitchhiker module, which is probably not where they should have been. And then our center of mass kind of went off to the side, which was even scarier. Yeah, thank God we have parachutes and lots of them. And we will be landing in the water nice and safely. And there we go. There we go. Splashdown. They are safe. Now, for the final one of the final launch this episode, we have Metzli Lab, which is a lab for our Kerbals for the Metzli station. This is part of a contract from Duna 1, hilariously. And they are basically going up there to... It's going to be just a science lab. I'm putting a science lab in orbit around Duna, or around the Mun, and it will basically just be there to do science that we don't really need for really any reason. This mission just, I'm not joking you, it just gives us a lot of funds, which is the main reason why I do it. And I think that every single one of these stations that we build should have a science lab on board. But there we go. The first stage is currently re-entering while the second stage performs our orbital insertion burn. And here we go. We're going to zoom in on the first stage coming down at a very, very quick speed, quite near to a city. And it looks like it's going to hit trees. And there's our rocket landing in the trees. And we were able to recover it by the grace of God. And here we go. We are going to send ourselves out to the Mun, and we will be able to dock this spacecraft to Metzli Station. Which, if you didn't know, Metzli Station is named after the Aztec god of the moon, Metzli. Just if you wanted to know. We have multiple gods of the moons being mentioned here, both from civilizations that are relatively pyramid-like, famous for their pyramids. Interesting. Illuminati. Yeah. Anyway, here we are, sending it out, trying to get our best attempt at a encounter, but we just aren't getting it this pass. So we're gonna have to get it about as close as possible. We're just gonna get into orbit and then make sure that we have a just like a slightly different orbit, so we can just like make our encounter pretty easy. But here we go. We are flying out to the moon. And we're going to perform our capture burn right here. There we go. We are now captured around the Mun. And now we can actually make our encounter burn. Now, let's do that real quick. And there we go. We are going to encounter the craft. And I decided to point it at the screen, and it just gave us a big old flash. That wasn't an encounter burn. That was a burn to get us on the same inclination. It was an inclination change burn. But there we go. That's our encounter right there. Just fine-tuned it just enough, and we will be on our way to Metzli Station. All right. Here we go. Just a small little burn. There we go. That was a very quick burn. And now we are basically in line with the station. We can even see the station from here. So let's just keep it on screen so that we can watch as we get even closer and closer and closer to it, as we are getting closer and closer to the surface of the Mun. And here we are encountering the station. and slowing down our momentum to go about as slow as possible. And then we need to get as close as possible to the station. Now we are ditching our stage back there so that it does not come within a close distance of the station, because it could just hit the station at some point, which would not be good. So we're going to leave it way out over there and on a weird orbit so that it's very unlikely for it to ever hit the station. Now I've opened up a docking alignment indicator so that I can figure out how to dock with the station. Now this is just to a random docking port. This is not to the docking port that we will eventually be docked to, but it is just to help serve as a reference to get us as close as possible to the station before I can change over to the correct docking port. So here we are, just getting about as close as we can. Now, we did end up coming a little bit far away for RCS thrusters alone. That is okay. I have more than enough confidence that this thing was able to do it, and it was, which is great. Now, I also wanted to address the fact that the second stages. You haven't seen me recover any of these stages, but I did recover every single second stage from this episode off camera. I just forgot to record them, and it was kind of tedious because I just went out there and just started cleaning them all up, just deorbiting them all at the same time. So yeah, it was a little bit tedious, and it just really wasn't worth the watch. But I guess that this docking right here is probably also not that much worth the watch, but it's fine, I guess. Anyway, here's us picking our docking port that we want to hit. It's just slightly off, so I have to just slightly change the direction that we're going. And there we go. We are going to be very quickly lining up with the docking port, and that will help mark our end of today's episode. So I did want to say thank you guys for basically tuning into all of these episodes as of right now. And if you have made it this far, maybe even check out my Patreon, which is in the description below. The Patreon perks are access to special roles on my Discord, as well as being able to send me contracts that you would like to be that you would like me to complete in this game, as well as a Kerbal with your name. So, or any name that you choose. So yeah, I think that's pretty good, and thank you guys so much. And if you made it this far, please insert a comment with just like the emoji of a rocket. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool if you made it this far. I'd like to see which of you guys have made it this far. Make it like you guys are the cool ones. All right, I'll see you guys next time. Yeah, goodbye. And have a good day, have a good New Year, and I hope you had a good Christmas and a good Hanukkah. Hello and welcome back, and it's the new year, and we have a new episode with the Eve probe. We have 3 launches today, all on Phoenix 2s, and yeah, I would like it if you could just, like, share, subscribe, maybe even, leave a comment. It would be kind of nice. I like it when there's comments. Other than that, let's get into it. So today we're starting with Venus 1, and Venus 1 is our mission to Venus. Now that it's an unmanned mission, it is our first unmanned mission, and it's not to Venus, it's to Eve. Oops. And then, I mean, look at those clouds. Look at those clouds. Oh my gosh. Black Rack is a god. Anyway, here we have it, currently doing its gravity turn, heading through the upper atmosphere. Well, actually, it's still in the lower atmosphere, but it's on its way to the upper atmosphere. It is turning, and we are about to hit main engine cutoff, coming up in just a couple of seconds. We do get a little toasty, which is, it's a little fun. There's main engine cutoff, and here's separation of the first and second stages. They are, and then there goes the fairing. And we're about to see the first stage re-enter the upper atmosphere. And then while that's happening, the second stage will be circularizing itself around the planet in order to basically keep itself in a perfectly stable orbit. Now, the first stage is about to come in for its landing here. Unfortunately, the ground is not exactly flat here, so it's gonna tip over. And so it tipped over, but those little winglets up at the top actually helped protect it from hitting the ground too hard. But here we are. I'm setting the course to Eve, and the dates don't line up exactly, so I have to fast forward us quite a bit, and I actually have to cut out just a little bit, specifically because anyone with epilepsy would quite literally seize out like crazy. Anyway, this is the start of our burn right here. It is very quick because I have it at 4 times speed on top of 5 times speed, or actually 9 times speed. But you'll notice that we used the second stage as a little tug, but we're still going to recover it. We're just going to use all of the remaining fuel in order to do so. But so I swapped over to that, and I have it coming in at very quick speeds, and I will also use its engines to help bleed off a good portion of that velocity. Normally in most of these videos, I actually don't include this because it's just kind of tedious, and I do it really all at once. But in this one, you actually get to see me do it because it actually made sense to do it right then. Anyway, now we are doing the second launch of the day, the Minmus Surveyor, also being launched on a Phoenix 2. And it is on its way to Minmus, and it will actually show us the materials that are on Minmus so that we don't have to just guess, and we can actually just figure out where we need to put our small little colonies in order to mine from the surface of each one of those planets. So, or not one of those planets, but we will use other surveyors in the future to actually look at the surfaces of other planets. But we specifically need fuel on Minmus, specifically because Minmus's gravity is so low and it's so resource rich that it can actually just really help as a real good refueling base. And that's what it's doing there. Now the first stage is coming in from way up outside of the atmosphere. So I have sped it up just a little bit there. Our second stage is now in a perfectly circular orbit. And here is our first stage coming in over the water. 3 engines active. Just kind of like how SpaceX does it with some of their launches, but we do it with most of ours in this case. And here it is coming over the water. I don't have a drone ship, but it'd be kind of cool if I did. And there it is in the water. Now, the second stage is going to shoot out to Minmus. Not the Mun. I did accidentally think about sending it out to the Mun, and then I was like, oh wait, I'm actually doing Minmus today, not the Mun. Why am I doing this? And yep, I had to create a small little node that'll send us out there, and there we go. We are off on our way to the Minmus, and we will we'll be able to circularize and do what this satellite is specifically designed to do, which is just orbit That's all it's designed to do. It's just orbit over the planet in a certain, or not the planet, the moon. It's supposed to orbit the Minmus at a certain orbit so that it basically collects all the data it can between the given areas, and it's going to need to be in more of a polar orbit, which will allow it to go over all of the biomes, and then with that we will be able to get all the data we could ever need about where things are and where we need to eventually put down a base. And it actually helped me find the location of one of the salt flats where I believe that we are going to start a fueling base. Yeah. We're finally getting to use bases like how we wanted to use bases, which is refreshing. Here I was kind of cycling through a bunch of the map modes. And yeah, but we're going to skip on to the next part. So here is PolarSat 1, and this is just to complete a contract where I needed to get a satellite into a polar orbit and keep it there, which is what I basically am going to do. It's not a particularly hard job to put something in a polar orbit, although I believe in the next episode I kind of fumbled that one. Yep. So here's our very basic satellite going into a polar orbit, while our first stage currently re-enters the atmosphere and is now coming in for a landing at a decently high speed and pretty vertical for what I was thinking it would do. But here's our rocket basically in the polar orbit, and it is going to well, it's going to do all the things we need it to do. And here we are. We are basically in a polar orbit. And it's not quite the correct polar orbit, but I also noticed the glitch happened again where the thing doesn't recognize the strength of the antennas on board. I checked the strength. They are more than 15G once combined, and the contract accepts combinable, and other contracts were accepting it, but this one isn't because it's from that same contract company. So I just kind of like, it's really not worth the extra hassle to get it into the right place. It is in a polar orbit. It's in a pretty stable polar orbit. I think I'm gonna just leave it here, and then maybe come back to it at a later date, which is probably what I'm going to do. Yeah. Anyway, here I am just making sure that yeah, that was me looking into it just then when I was kind of off doing whatever. And yeah, here's Venus 1. By now it's actually made its way pretty deep into interplanetary space, and it is going to be doing a small correction burn so that we can make sure that you know, we don't just miss Eve entirely, which would be very unfortunate, especially because of how expensive this mission was and how expensive this probe was. But yeah, it's very much worth it. The sheer amount of science we can get from Eve is like insane. And I'm actually going to send a similar probe out to Duna pretty soon. And speaking of Duna, here we have the Calypso, and it's time for it to come back home. Yep, it has been out there for a while, and it needs to come home. For the Kerbals, it's probably been several years since they've gotten to Duna, and they really need to get home. So, yeah, we're sending them home. Of course, the Calypso, being the Calypso, is horrifically slow, so you're currently watching it at 9 times speed, while in 3 times speed in game. Yeah. There we go. We now have an encounter with Kerbin, and we have a plotted, um, basically, orbit. It's a pretty elliptical orbit, but I'm certain we'll be able to figure it out by the time we actually need to do something about it. But that's it for today, guys. And yeah, goodbye. And if you like this, click one of the videos that you can see right here. It helps me out, and then maybe you'll enjoy it too. Bye. Hello and welcome back to KSP at ASTRA. Today we're getting eyes on Eve. Not feet, eyes. But before we do that, we need to like, share, subscribe. I'm trying to reach, monetization by the end of the year, and maybe, 1,500 subs. That'd be pretty cool. Anyway, we have our first launch of today, and it is the only launch of today. It is ASTRA 11, and it's launching on a Phoenix 2, which is our big old workhorse, but not for much longer. All right. Yep, this may be the last launch of the Phoenix 2. Yeah, that's crazy. And I'll have a live stream last week, probably around then, to show off the new rocket. Yeah, I will have live streamed the building of the new rocket. Anyway, this mission is to go out to, I believe, Aurora Station, and you'll notice something kind of interesting. We didn't go into a polar orbit. Yeah, that was on accident. I messed that up. That's my bad. But we had enough-ish fuel to get there. But here is the first stage coming in for the landings that we are so used to by now. Just like the Falcon 9. Yeah. Here we are. We are in, low Kerbin orbit. And we're fast forwarding so that we can reach a point where we can fire in the correct direction to get our encounter with the space station. Yep, we just had to get a little bit out there so we can now make our trajectory change, which is going to be a rather radical one at that. All right, here we are, just shooting away. Our first stage will very soon be disconnected. That's why I have the little drop-down menu there. So it won't run out of fuel, but I'll force it to think that it's run out of fuel so that we'll stage the rocket. Just so we don't accidentally, have the more powerful engine slamming into the back of our rocket, which is, never good. It could cause a lot of issues. But yep, there goes the second stage. It is off in the distance, and it is now going to come back for a landing. But as you can see with our main mission, we have overshot the space station a little bit. But that is fine. We were able to get an encounter that would end up hitting there in a little while. So we're now aggressively getting closer to the thing while our second stage is just about to land in the ocean. Now we are arriving at our encounter. And here we go. We're going to be pulling out all of our docking procedures. It's very minimal. We're actually coming in at a pretty steep rate of speed with very low fuel left, which is the main reason why I'm using RCS mostly at this moment. It would be easier just to use the the rockets, but or the big old rocket engine on the back. But I can't be risking that much fuel like this. I just can't do it. So here we are coming in kind of slowly, actually very slowly. the the docking here took absolute ages because of how slowly we were moving. But this will be our basic restocking of this station with Kerbals on board. This helps keep them from going insane and, you know, leaking all of the fuel out of their capsule, which would not be good, or maybe even their food, which can definitely happen. And it is not it's not the best thing to happen. But yep, here we are coming in on our very, very slow docking maneuver. I don't know why I didn't speed this up. I mean, I'm still in the editor. I could do it now, but meh, we're doing it anyway. Maybe I'll just, while we're waiting, I'll talk about my goals for the channel for the new year. I mean, it'll be 2 weeks into the new year at this point. Yeah, so my goals for the channel this year are I want it to get monetized. Oh, there you go. You see the station off in the distance. Yeah, but I want to get the channel monetized this year, and I want to reach 1,500 at the very least. I think that's very doable. We've seen roughly 50 subscribers a month before. So what's to say that we can't do a regular 50 subscribers a month for the first, 10 months? See, like, how that's really all that impossible. So anyway, let's just, shoot for greatness as we are docking up to this space station. Yeah, this is still taking way too long, but that's okay because it has helped us build a little bit of suspense for the second half of today's episode. It's not really the second half, but it is a good portion of today's episode. There we go. We are docked, and then there is just a little couple of station keeping things that we need to do. We do need to undock this little craft right here. This was our restock craft, and we actually need to send another one up very soon. This thing just basically had a bunch of stuff on board, and we're just going to deorbit it and let it burn up in the atmosphere. We also sent the other capsule home, but I decided not to cover that in this video. But anyway, here we are with Venus 1 in space over Eve, about to do its capture burn, and look at how beautiful Eve looks in this with its green sunset. And here I am just going in and making sure I can do as much science as we possibly can. It is very important for our space program that we do basically gather as much science as physically possible. This mission will allow us to unlock many, many technologies on our tech tree, including making us able to build our new and impressive Phoenix 3 launch vehicle. But first, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get us an encounter with Gilly. Actually, we needed to do a very low pass of Eve in the next orbit, and then we'll try and get a encounter with Gilly. But this little burn, because we are so heavy, takes just a little long, but that's fine. And here we are coming in to do just basically as much science as we possibly can before we shoot down into low space. But I opened up the science manager here, and I just made sure that I did basically as much science as I possibly can. Because the community tech tree has a lot of science nodes, and like later on they get really, 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 really expensive, like several thousand per science. And it does scale. You get more science the further you are away from Kerbin. So yeah, that's a thing. But here we are, basically unlocking or transmitting as much science as we possibly can, which will net us somewhere in about 1,000 plus science, I believe. And that allowed us to basically unlock the rest of our tech tree available in this current iteration of the science building. We do upgrade that with the funds that are gathered from this mission, which will allow us to unlock even more things on the tech tree. But here we go. We are currently shooting off towards, well, Gilly. It is quite the hefty burn, and it is done on the dark side of Eve. And you can see we have great connection with Kerbin right now, and I just wanted to look at that Eve sunset as we go around the planet. It is a very, very long burn, as you can tell. This is at 4 times speed, and then it's actually it's 5 times speed in game, and then we're 5 times speeding it in real life. But here I am just trying to get the little thing to Gilly. I actually don't have the conics for Gilly, or like the path for Gilly yet. It is not unlocked in my tech tree, or yeah, I think it's the tech tree or the observatory. So I don't really know where it is. I just kind of guessed where it was, and I was able to make a little marker and encounter it, which was pretty good. I was not able to do an orbit of Gilly, which was unfortunate. We were coming in too fast for that little rock, but that is okay. We didn't really need to land on it. I just wanted to do a quick flyby, and I wanted to do it as close as possible. And then, yeah, it is going to be a very, very close flyby. I'm actually not sure how to look in 5 times speed because it was really quick. Yeah, here we go. Here's our flyby of Gilly. Wanted to do as much science as I possibly could here, as we come in hurtling over Gilly. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. We are going to fly by it. Look at that. We were so close. That's crazy. It actually would have been kind of funny if we slammed into Gilly, but that's okay. But that was for today. That's pretty much it for today's episode. We just need to get back into orbit of Eve, into a more stable orbit. And that is where I'll leave you guys off today. If you like this type of video, and if you like this type of content, I know it was kind of more short and laid back, but I've been busy. But if you like this type of content, I will ask y'all to subscribe, and I will see you all in the next one. And yeah, leave a comment if you've made it this far. Just say something along the lines of Gilly smells funny or something like that. It'd be just nice to see if you guys actually listened this far in, or even watched this far in. So yeah, comment Gilly smells funny. I realize that could sound like a name smells funny, but you should just do it. Just say Gilly smells funny. Welcome back to KSP at ASTRA, and today we're returning the Calypso. Yep, it has spent a long time away from Kerbin. The Kerbals on board are definitely getting tired, and they are finally back over Kerbin. They're performing their capture burn, and it should be the end of the mission for them. There should be nothing else that could ever go wrong, or could make their mission feel a little longer or a little more hectic. Should is the operative word. Alright, so basically they've been in orbit for a really long time. The craft is almost entirely out of fuel, and we need to get it down significantly more so we can dock to it. It can be in an elliptical orbit, that doesn't really matter for us, but we just need it closer to the surface of Kerbin so that we can send craft to go and dock to it for not super expensive. Because, you know, trying to save money is the name of the game. But, yep, here you go. And that's about as much as we can lower it right there. And then I was trying to see if we could pretty much circularize it. We kind of can. It's the orbit's a little eccentric, but it's fine. But here we are. We're flipping around. I'm moving fuel around so that we can get a little bit more of a boost, because, you know, like sometimes engines don't perform if the tanks have below a certain amount, but if one of them does, it's fine. But yeah, here we are. We're using monopropellant to also slow us down. And yeah, this mission was pretty long. It went to Duna and back. It was our first Kerbals on Duna. We had barely even had Kerbals on Minimus, and we had sent Kerbals to Duna on a absolutely massive tanker ship. Yep. But that's fine, because we are sending ourselves some Kerbals right now to go and swap out with the ones on board, kind of scrub it down, clean it up. The other ones have been in there for a very long time. It's no doubtably not the cleanest place. So think of these ones. Well, one of them's a scientist, the other one's a pilot, but think of the other one as more of like a janitor during this time. He's getting you up there, and then he's going to move it to the station that it needs to dock to, and then that's going to be it for him. But yep, here we are. We are going to fire in this direction. Go. And the first stage will be coming back for a re-entry burn real soon. Here it is up in the top right hand corner, as it basically just careens through the atmosphere. Just finished its re-entry burn, and it is on its way down while the second stage, while the second stage is doing its circularization burn, or its orbital injection burn. I believe that's the other word for it. The first stage is getting pretty close down to the surface. These are becoming quite routine with us for the Phoenix 2s. And I forgot to mention that this is ASTRA 11, which is pretty cool that we're getting up to that high in the ASTRA missions. So here we are, kind of making our little node right here, pointing it directly at that. And perfect. Now we just need to point and go. There we go. We are firing out so that we can get our encounter with the ship. And ASTRA 11 will be on its way. Granted, on board is a bunch of stuff that ASTRA 11 does not need, but that's okay. It doesn't need them anyway. So here we are. We are basically rendezvousing with it now. We have to catch up to the booster because it is moving significantly faster than us. And so there we go. We have now caught up, and we need to get closer. Now the second stage is going to enter back into the atmosphere, but it's gonna take a while. And during that time, well, we can actually, it didn't take all that long for it, but we are going to dock to the station real quick, and we should have no issues both landing the second booster because it has second stage booster because it has parachutes, 2 drogue chutes and 2 regular chutes, and it will land in the ocean just fine. As you can see, there are ASTRA 11 ASTRA 12 astronauts. ASTRA 12 astronauts are currently making it on board to the station, and they are, or not the station, the ship, and they're swapping over the keys to the whip, uh, and they are going to send that fair group of Kerbals back down into the atmosphere so that they can just, just relax for a bit. So here we go. We are going to be back down on the surface of the planet shortly. And finally out of this. And I sped up too fast and we lost our heat shield and the entire lower half of the craft. Yeah, which is unfortunate, but we can slow down without it. It is a pretty resilient capsule. I would have preferred it didn't lose its heat shield. That made it very scary. But it also lost its parachutes, so we had to bail all of the guys out. That is the issue that I had basically said before. Oh yeah, and it's a lightning storm. So all of them had to bail out in the middle of a lightning storm while wearing spacesuits. Yeah. It's a little precarious. And that's what's left of the craft. So we have Refueler 5. I forgot to take a video of the beginning of it, but it is launching on a Phoenix 2, and it is currently on its way to the Calypso. The Calypso is in desperate need of fuel. It cannot go anywhere without fuel. And yeah, it just needs fuel as soon as possible so that it can dock with Odin Station, which we will be expanding in the next episode. But while Odin Station is, just 2 meager modules, the first stage, I had a little issue with it. I used a lot of energy getting it up there, so it only has around 100 meters per second. But I think that's enough to land on. Don't you? I do. And it runs out of fuel just before hitting the water, and we were fine. But yeah, here's the second stage going all the way out to rendezvous with the Calypso. There we go. And I had to change the inclination because it is a very strange orbit. But we will fix that. We'll get it docked to Odin Station. Oh my god, I had to yawn. You have to get it docked to Odin Station, and it will be there for the foreseeable future, up until we have to retrieve our Kerbals from Liberty Base, which they do need to be retrieved from very soon. 70 days. If you don't remember, I sent them down there before they went to Mars, but that's before I realized how messed up the time system was in my save. I don't know how to fix that yet, but I think I'll get it fixed pretty soon. Here we go. On the upper part, you can see the second stage is currently plotting its T-orbit burn, while our first stage is currently getting ready to dock with the Calypso. There we go. Point at it. We're going to get a lot closer. I swapped over, then we're going to point at it. We're going to get ready to dock together. Now, this is a lazy method of docking. Where you just point both of them at the target node, and they just kind of work to kind of come close together. See? Look at that. And there we go, dumping all of the fuel on board. And yeah, that's pretty much good. I also dumped quite a bit of the first stage's fuel as well. But here we go. Or the third stage? Yeah, third stage. Oh, in the up air hand screen, you can see the second stage currently deorbiting. into the atmosphere, as we are about to kick this into a deorbit as well. About to land, and this has been deorbiting, and we shot it down very quickly because these are not taking place at all at the same time. And here we go. It is currently re-entering the atmosphere very, very, very hotly. I was very worried about this. I've also had weird issues in the past with the lift on these. Don't know why, but they've always had issues. Yeah, it's a pretty long time to get toasted like that. But here we go. You're coming in, just gotta shoot out those parachutes and it will descend into the ocean, and then we will focus back on the Calypso and its journey to Odin Station. So here it is, about to do the burn to Odin Station. I really do like the Calypso as a craft. It just feels old as a craft. It just kind of feels old, and I love that about it. I love the fact that I have built a convincingly old feeling spacecraft that will stay up in space, and we will be using it for all sorts of uses. It already has been used for a use other than its original intended use, which is perfect. As you didn't know, it is a tanker ship. It is specifically just meant to refuel Metzley Station, which we have not been to for a while. We need to go back. We need to, actually, we do need to expand it. So maybe we'll see some expansion to Metzley Station in the coming weeks. We also need to put a station in orbit of Minmus, and we also need to put a base on the surface of Minmus. Both of those will be very important for future efforts into, sending fuel around, which will be very, very useful in the future. Now, as we get closer to our base, oh, okay. Sorry about that. That was my phone. Time to be real. But here we are. We are currently encountering it. As you can see, the refueler 4 is actually still attached to the station. I didn't get rid of it, but it is time for refueler 4 to go. But I also ran out of monopropellant on the ship, so I had to actually fly the space station over to the the Calypso. I don't know why I'm struggling with that. But yeah, I had to fly the space station over to the Calypso so it could dock. And basically, once it's docked, that's pretty much it for this little section. But I think something else does need to happen. The refueler 4 does need to deorbit, and that will truly close this first Mars mission. This will be the end of the first Mars mission, which is crazy. Duna. We went to Duna and back. We are finally done with that. It is episode 19, I believe. Yeah, 19, and we are done with the first Duna mission. I can't wait to see when we will be done with the, first Joule mission. I don't see that happening anytime soon, but it'll be really cool once we end up doing it. But here we are. The angle just wasn't quite right. There wasn't enough fuel on board, but after several passes, we can pretty successfully deorbit this thing. It's not super hard. And here we go. We are about to finally be through the atmosphere for the final time. I think we have one more pass around the planet, and it will be re-entry time. So here we go. We are going to fly through the planet at blazingly quick speeds, or fly through the atmosphere at blazingly quick speeds, and we will descend. And this will be it for today. And yeah, if you like this, please make sure to subscribe, and goodbye. Bye. Hello and welcome back to KSP at ASTRA. Hopefully you like that. We refueled the Calypso so it can make its way out to the Metzley station, allowing it to do a whole bunch of fuel when we retrieve our Kerbals from the surface of the Mun in a couple of days. But ultimately not this episode. So we are sending it out there. Those Kerbals are very hungry for, not being on the surface of the Mun. I've left them there for several in-game years now, which is not particularly good. But what will be good is the fact that we are retrieving them, and I have fixed the clock system up there in the top left-hand corner so that now all of the life support and things like that actually work to regular Kerbal time, because they have been working to regular Kerbal time the whole time. But for some reason, I was in real life time. I don't know why it was set to that. There's just a setting in the settings that allows that, and I didn't mean to turn it on. So I turned it off. and everything is running just fine. I also added in the new Firefly mod, which is the really cool re-entry effects, which like show like bow shock and all of that, and has all the colors. It's really cool. I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed seeing them, and I have some more things this episode where I very much enjoyed looking at them. Here we are approaching the Mun, about to do our capture burn. And it also doubles a little bit as our encounter burn. We do get really close, but we do ultimately end up missing it just by a hair. Here we are, we're coming in really fast. This is at 10 times speed as well as the 4 times accelerated speed. We do know from, many episodes at this point that, we're really bad at figuring out what time we're actually, or not what time, it's just a really slow rocket, like, it's just very slow. But thankfully, we do have some more engines coming down the pipeline that should help us out, no longer be just stuck in place, which is always great. Here we are coming in real close for we need to create a new encounter. So here we are firing our engines, and here we are gonna go and turn around real quick. And this craft is about to get a new home station soon after we finish up this episode and maybe next episode as well. May no longer be stationed regularly at Odin Station and may be stationed around the Mun, which would be a pretty cool, not Mun, Minmus, around Minmus. Because, that kind of makes sense. Have a big old tanker above where we're going to get most of our propellant for the near future. So, yeah, here we are, finally about to make our final approach on the station very soon. Here it is, there's the station. It's coming in real hot, real fast. And look at us, we're just burning to get us just our rendezvous. There is the lag spike that I get when I encounter a new vessel. And there we go. There is Metzley Station, which is currently our largest station, and it is in a polar orbit of the Mun. We launched this actually kind of a while ago now, but yeah, hopefully we can build some more stations in the near future. I am completing a lot of contracts. Mostly in the next episode, I believe. I complete quite a few, and that definitely helps us do all of the missions that we want to do in the near future, which includes like bases out in the outer solar system or Kerbalar system. We are doing the very excruciatingly slow docking process that is common with the Calypso, because it is so unbelievably slow, bulky, and there is just these little tiny thrusters. Soon we will have much better thrusters, but right now they're not that great. We will be launching a new rocket soon, and we will no longer be our flagship ship will no longer be the Calypso in the near future. But here we are coming into dock. Unfortunately, we won't be doing really any propellant transfer today, but this is for future propellant transfers. And there we go. We are docked. Now, Hermes Mun 3. This is actually a contract that we need to complete. It is to put a communications satellite around the Mun, and it's part of our Hermes communications network that we've been basically establishing throughout the solar system. or the Kerbal system. Sorry. But we've been establishing multiple satellites around the Kerbal system to basically create a communications network. As of right now, we can really only get out to Duna with our communications, and that's only for about most of the year. This should help us get more constant communication throughout the system, especially a more constant communication network around the Mun. But here's our first stage coming in for a landing up there in the top right-hand corner. We will get a better view of it in just a second. There it is. Those are those beautiful re-entry effects coming in through the atmosphere and slowing down about as quick as possible. There I was shutting down most of the engines so that we are a little bit more efficient on our landing and we aren't producing way too much power. Here we are. We're about to fire up those engines and land safely in the ocean. Now here's the second stage. You're about to send it on its way. And then we will decouple the second stage from the third stage, which is the payload. Go. And now we will separate the two. In just a second, I believe. There we go. That's separation. And we will be sending it out there and making our circularization burn. While all of this is happening, I am sending out a small satellite to Minmus. It is a lander. I accidentally forgot to include it, but I feel like it is very important for, well, what comes next. Yep, Minmus base marker. It basically is going out there to mark where our base is going to go. And that is its real true purpose in where we're putting it. But we're going to land it. We're going to land it at one of the most productive spots in Minmus, and preferably on a flats, on one of the salt, or, well, ice cream flats, I guess. On one of those flats so that we can actually, you know, full-blown do everything. I swapped over to the other satellite, the one, like the surveyor, the Minmus surveyor probe, and it is going to show us where we need to land. Here I am just flicking through all of the stuff to see where I need to go. And yeah, I kind of fast forwarded a little bit. I don't know why, but there we go. I kind of found where I needed to go, and now we are going to land the Minmus lander in the spot that we're going to go. If you can see on that bottom left-hand side of the screen, not bottom left-hand, but like on the left side of Minmus right there, that little red area, that is where we are going to land. That is one of the richest areas for deposits as it was flipping through things. So this will allow us to, once we establish a full-blown base here, it will allow us to actually, like, mine. Here I am going towards this little bluff here so that we can actually drive out of it with, not probes, but with rovers, with Kerbals on board, which I believe will be pretty cool, and it will allow us to gain science all over Minmus, which is great. Here we are, slowly coming in for a landing. Perfect touchdown. And it's a fairly lightweight lander, and it actually kind of meant that the legs were almost a little overkill. Like they barely even bend when they hit the ground, which is interesting. But here we are with the first base segment. Now, this is the life support segment that is going to fly all the way out to Minmus. It is fairly impressive. It's basically a hydroponics, and then it has a life support, and then it has a, what's it called on board? It also has a, some power production and some communications ability, which is pretty good for something this size. technically I could have put out a different one of all of these, but I thought, hey, why not put all of them out at once? It's not going to be our end-all be-all on power production. This thing could probably really only run itself right now, and the communications is just a nice little bonus. But here we are making our circularization burn, or our orbital burn. Yeah, whatever that is. In the top right hand corner, you can again see those beautiful re-entry effects coming into the atmosphere. And there we are, slowing down, shutting down those engines, and coming in to the ground really quickly. And yeah. These reusable first stages actually do help us regain a lot of the cost of launching these craft, especially the reusable second stages. That also helps us recoup, I think, like 2/3 of the total cost of each one of these launches, which is always great. Although I do kind of think that maybe some of the reason why they're so expensive is because we have all the hardware on board to land them. But, you know, it's fine. There we go. We're going to plot our capture burn real quick. There it is. And we need to come in real low so we can find our spot to land. And there we go. That is our maneuver node that is set for the future. And I put the launch that was actually in between this and actually the next episode. But here we go. We are basically on our way to encounter Minmus now. There we go. We have encountered Minmus, and we are going to bring down our periapsis so that it is as low as possible. And then once we get there, we're going to lower our apoapsis as well. If you didn't know what a periapsis and apoapsis is, it's basically the highest point in your orbit and the lowest point in our orbit. Like, for instance, if you're around the sun, it's like the sun in our universe, not in Kerbal Space Program. It's called a perihelion and an apohelion. Just so you know. Here we are coming in real quick, and you can see those modules, the life support modules, that will help us retain so much, and will also help us basically build a fully fledged colony on the surface of Minmus. Now, it's not quite like the colonies that were promised in KSP2, which I am still salty about, but hey, I mean, what you gonna do? It's fairly dead. It's like dead for like a year now. Here we are, making our landing zone known or targeted, which is that little probe that we sent to Minmus earlier in today's episode. I don't know where the footage of the launch of that rocket went, but it doesn't really matter now. Here we are coming in at a breakneck pace, but we slowed ourselves down, and we're kind of showing where we're about to land. And yeah, there we go. Just slowing ourselves down just a little bit, just a little bit more. And you can see some of those Kerbal attachment system parts are up on the front. That will allow us to do resource transfers between all sorts of other things around in the area. I added a little extra on board so that we can just kind of take them off and attach them to other things if we forget them on the other craft. And yeah, this will be a very useful base for fuel production. And I think even other large-scale rockets in the future, we can start manufacturing like material kits and stuff like that, so we can build huge rockets on the surface of Minmus, or even in orbit around Minmus. Basically create an orbital docking yard out in space near Minmus, which would be really cool. But for right now, we are just going to land and then ditch this little stage into the mountain over there. And that'll be all for today. Have a good day. If you like this video, please make sure to subscribe. And if you want to see more, also do that. Or just, like the video, comment. I like comments. Goodbye.